amendments for 2022 annual town meeting. We're waiting for our town council to join us for questions. While we're waiting, I'm going to pull up the questions that were sent so we can get through them. Okay, and then we'll start with, I'll just go in the order of what we had listed for questions, starting with enforcement. Amy, is that okay?
Sure. Yep.
Okay. And do you want me to pull up the bylaw for that as well?
You don't really have to. I accepted what Attorney Dineski's comments were, so it's pretty, I don't think much has changed.
Okay.
And I just had a following question, and Bob might even have the answer. Where it says shall be fined a sum not to exceed $300 for each such violation. It's how it says not to exceed $300. Does it max out at 300 or it keeps going at 300 a day once it goes 50, 100, then 300, I think?
Not to exceed 300 means just that. It's $300 per day, and each day for each violation after it reaches that level. So the most you can give a fine on any given day for any given violation is the $300.
Okay, but if it was 5 days and it's 1,500.
Well, the first day is 50, the second day is 100,
Yep.
the third day is 300, the fourth day is 300, and every other day after that is 300 a day.
Okay, that was that question. So Attorney Dineski doesn't even have to answer. I just, where it said not max out at 3, I didn't know if it maxed out at 300 total or if it kept accumulating. It was just a general question I had out of curiosity.
Now, it's pretty explicit that says each day a new violation.
Okay.
So it's $300 per day, every day, until it's resolved.
Okay, great. So Attorney Dineski, welcome. What I think may be easiest, and tell me if you have an easier way, was just to go in order of the questions that were sent to you regarding the bylaws. Does that work as well?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, so the first one we had was for enforcement. And Amy, is there anything you wanted to add for question number 1 or?
No, because I just asked Mr. Federico.
Oh, no,
But I did
have
want
that
to, the first question, what it said to clarify that each violation is a separate offense each day. So I think with the new writing, if I follow Attorney Dineski's changes, then we're all set.
Okay, Attorney Dineski, in reading the question, do you have anything to add there or clarify?
I caught the end of what Bob was saying, and that's the standard interpretation, if you will. There's a violation each day, so that ticks, and each instance is a violation. So and if you had more than one, then each day the tick goes.
So if there were 3 on one site, that would be, if you had hit your max of 300, if there were 3 violations on one site, it would be $900 a day?
Yes, if you proceed under the criminal enforcement method. And the $300 is based on the fact that in the general laws, that's the maximum per diem penalty for most bylaws, but it is the maximum for zoning.
Yep. Okay, I just was looking for clarification.
I had a quick question, Carrie. Since you have this public meeting, you might want to pull up the questions so the public can actually read along with you on the questions that you have for the attorney.
It's just in a planning board email, so I don't think I'll do that. It's not actually very clear on what it goes to. It's just random sentences pulled out of the bylaw. What may be helpful is to actually see the bylaw. So let me pull that up.
And then Attorney Dineski, the question that you just answered was, if someone has a zoning violation, correct, and it's for multiple days, it's $300 after the zoning enforcement officer just indicated that the first day would be $50. Was that correct, Bob? The second day, 100, the third day, 300. And then the fourth, fifth, all the way down, even if it took 30 days, would be $300 each day thereafter. Is that correct for this new bylaw that they're proposing? Or does it
The-
max out at a certain amount?
The progressive numbers, if you will, are based on using the non-criminal enforcement method. And so, as you said, for a first, a second, a third, and subsequent, there are different dollar amounts. And maybe the unusual thing is that until the legislature enacted the non-criminal disposition statute, all bylaw enforcement for penalties had to be by way of a criminal complaint. And so the bylaws in most communities would provide for a maximum amount, and the court would be the one that would determine what the amount would be if a person were found quote unquote guilty of the violation. The non-criminal method allows for a ticket process, if you will, and a preset violation penalty, the same, for instance, as with a parking ticket.
Mhm.
Can
So
everybody
once,
see- Go ahead.
yeah, once you've gotten up to the third and above, that's where the increasing of the amounts stops, because at this provision with 300, you can't go higher for a penalty amount.
Okay. Can everybody see penalty for violation? I just want to make sure I'm showing the right thing.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
I just had one quick question too for Attorney Dineski. Under penalty of violation, you added or Board of Appeals, and I understand why, but I'm thinking that for the reasons why you added it to C, we should probably add it to B above also. Because it says special permit granting authority, but you added it below to C because the zoning board of appeals is not only the special permit granting authority, but they're also allow variances. So for that reason, Attorney Dineski mentioned adding or Board of Appeals. So that was the only change I was going to make, if he agrees with that, with B, adding or Board of Appeals on the second line at the end there.
And what I think we may want to do is just revise that slightly, because the Board of Appeals could be issuing different kinds of decisions, not necessarily a permit, but the concept is understood. So I can provide language that references approvals, or I'll use maybe even more specific language, permit, variance, et cetera, so that you're capturing whatever zoning authorization that may have conditions applicable to any property.
Okay, so you're talking right in here?
Yes, in those first two lines.
Okay. Yeah, Bob, did you have a question?
Yeah, I got a quick question for Attorney Dineski. Way back in the beginning of the zoning bylaws, it talks about duties of the zoning board of appeals. And one of the things that is a line item is to hear in a judge any appeal of any decision, enforcement, or other action by the building inspector or the zoning enforcement officer. Doesn't that cover all this other stuff that was added, in terms of the zoning board of appeals for this section in enforcement? Isn't that already covered further up in the further upstream in the zoning code?
The authority of the board and any decision that it makes, one can make the argument that those decisions become part of the zoning, quote unquote, applicable to a particular property. I think the language here is probably just making that more explicit. So to the extent that we've referenced Board of Appeals below, it probably makes sense to do it in this instance too. It's sort of a belt and suspenders approach, I think.
Okay,
Thank you. Okay, anything else on this one here? Okay.
Attorney Daneski, I have one question, actually.
Yes? Oh, do
Yes.
you want me to bring it up again? Sorry. Am I showing it again? I have a couple. of
Sure.
questions. Okay.
D on the bottom, you mentioned that, is that what happens anyways? Like, like I did see that was added in other towns, but if that paragraph wasn't there, is this what happens anyways? Like, does that paragraph need to be there? I guess is what I'm asking.
The permit revocation language, in my experience, is not the majority of zoning bylaws. So that's not an automatic, in my view. But the authority, if you will, to take enforcement action, either by notice or by proceeding to court, in my view, that is within the authority of the building inspector as the enforcing person under the zoning act, as well as under the bylaw itself.
I guess I just want to make clear. So should we leave it in there or it doesn't matter? Like if it's in there, it's not going to stand up anyways, or it's in there, it happens anyways if they go to court. I guess I didn't understand your answer.
Well, there are two pieces here. It says the building inspector may revoke a permit or make a complaint to court. And the revocation piece is the part that, in my experience, is not as common. And so if you did not have that in there, I think there would be a question about the authority to take that kind of an action.
Okay, so maybe it's better just to leave it. Okay.
Okay. All right, the next set of questions were related to brewery. So I'm going to pull that up next. Okay, hold on one second. I think this is it. Okay, does this look like brewery? Can everybody see brewery? Hospitality and food service. Yep.
I guess what I did was I did accept all of Attorney Daneski's recommendations. And I just had a general question for him because he wanted me to change the to at with the section that just talks about retail and wholesale distribution.
This right here, Marie?
I'm reading my question, so I don't have, I blocked that. With limited distribution at retail or wholesale.
Okay.
I was just wondering, what's the difference between the to and the at? Because I looked at quite a few towns and they all said to, but you mentioned it should be at. And I didn't know legally, is there a difference between to or at? Is it that?
As a practical matter, I'm not sure there is a difference, but the phrase at retail or wholesale, as I think I had mentioned, is what is used in Chapter 138 of the general laws, which regulates alcohol sales. And that's, I would say, more common parlance in the alcoholic beverages world, if you will. And there was a question about a microbrewery as well, I believe, but in the definition here, we separately identify that at a microbrewery there could be sales on the premises because of the tap room facility.
Yep. The Nano Brewery too, I think, at retail or wholesale, I think they're both similar definitions. It just depends on how many barrels they can sell per year. So with the way it's written, I guess the breweries that you go to, they sell, like, you can buy a 4-pack or 6-pack of cans to go. Is that how this reads, at retail or wholesale?
Right. So if you're a customer at one of these facilities, establishments, you would be a retail, or a person coming in would be a retail customer.
Okay.
And wholesale would be for sales to entities that distribute.
Okay, well, I guess they sell them straight to like a liquor store, which is why they go for the farmer's brewery license. They actually cut out the distribution middleman. I just want to make sure it's written.
I don't see that we're not capturing what we would want with
Okay.
the phrase at. Now, what we could do, again, belt and suspenders, we could say at or to, which
Mhm.
I think would be fine.
Okay, I just didn't know if it's overkill about at or to. Bob, since you're the one, do you that would be enforcing it? Does at or to, does it either one?
I tend to like the continuity that Attorney Dineski stated, you know, that we're talking alcohol here.
Yep.
And if the state already has a kind of an accepted language formula, if you will, I think it's appropriate that it stays the course.
Okay. So we'll just leave it at at. I don't know. I don't know how everybody else feels. I think at or to might be getting too into the weeds. I don't know. What does anybody else feel?
I mean,
I'm
I
not
do
clear
think
on-
there is a
oh,
distinction, but I don't know if it makes a difference.
Do you know what the distinction would be? Like I know
Well-
they. Sorry.
I guess in my interpretation, I could be wrong, but if you are selling at a retail location, you are actually doing the selling, like at a
Right.
farmer's market. Whereas if you're selling to a retail location, you might be selling it to another restaurant that is then selling it.
Mm-hmm. I guess most of them, at least the ones I've been, they sell them at the brewery themselves, but they can also sell it to a place like Julio's Liquors.
Exactly. Or
So-
another restaurant may sell some of the breweries
Right.
product.
Okay, yeah, so it seems like we've already covered the beverages primarily for premises consumption. Then it would seem like it makes sense you're saying sales with limited distribution to somewhere
To
else.
retail or wholesale. So if you said at or to, I think you're covering two different entities.
The phrase at retail or the phrase at wholesale, as it's used in chapter 138, would be selling in a retail capacity, meaning using the example that we had before of someone who comes to this establishment and buys a case or a bottle or something, or selling it for someone who's engaged in the wholesale business.
Okay, so I can see that way then. I see how that works then. We're just saying, I'm picturing retail in a different way. So the way you're saying it, that does make sense.
And then
Maybe-
you're also, you do capture, because there are two kinds of sales for the person who comes to the establishment: to buy to take home and to consume there as part of a restaurant or tap room or similarly named location.
Okay, well, anyone else, I mean, to Amy's point, anyone else feel, Millie, does that change the way you view it, or do you still view it as two, or?
I mean, I don't think it's wrong either way, but if you want to split that up, that would be fine with me too.
Okay, well, we can always come back to that as a board. I think Attorney Dineski outlined what that means either way, so we can come back to that if we need to.
I know we're down to one word.
I know.
Two letters.
Okay, were there any other questions on this one?
No, we were just picking whether we use seating or out or dining, and I think we went with dining, and so I updated it.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna stop that one. And then we have, let's see, warehouse. Okay, so let me pull this one up. All right, here we go. Sorry, KP Law starts all their file names with the same start, so it's tough to find the right one. All right, this should be it. Does everyone see distribution and transportation uses moratorium?
Yes.
Okay, so the question here, and now I can't see my question screen, but in any case, it was really around Attorney Dineski, you had pointed out some possible issues if we were to pull out, more so in the definitions in the moratorium, about whether or not we pull out, if we do it the right way in terms of warehouse with distribution, that this may end up with unintended consequences and the possibility of actually keeping the original definition and then possibly adding warehouse with distribution. Is that your recommendation for this?
I think the issue is, yes, that there should be an identification, because currently a warehouse use would include and does include some form of distribution. And if there's a change with only the new definition that's proposed, it does seem that it would create an issue of a non-conforming use for some of those facilities that are already approved.
Okay, so
Because
in
you're
that-
saying it's
okay.
only, go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
You'd be saying it's, by using that term, I think you leave out other existing warehouses that in fact do have distribution, and you'd be specifying where this warehouse with distribution, quote unquote, is permitted.
Okay, and then the question of the board previously in our discussion was related to, for the ones that have been approved under the original definition, are they still approved under the new definition? Or actually, that wouldn't matter anyway, because we're keeping that the original definition. So that if we were to actually add back warehouse and then keep in the original and leave it there and just add warehouse with distribution, does that solve both issues? I'm gonna stop sharing my screen for a second so I can look at the exact question. Okay, so if the existing warehouse item is amended versus adding a new line, if we approved warehouse with distribution under the previous definitions, are they allowed, which way do they operate now? Under the original, even though they've kind of fall under the new one? So we approve them as warehouse A, but now we have warehouse B with distribution, which is actually what they are. So how does that reconcile there? Is that clear?
Yes, and it's probably a finer point because of eliminating a term that exists in the schedule of uses and using the new term. So it could be the case that there's an argument about non-conforming use rights as opposed to someone needing to come for special permit approval with respect to an activity that's being proposed to be added. I'm not sure we can think of the whole universe of issues right now. It may be helpful for me to suggest some modified version of the schedule that would include both existing and the new. That might make at least the issue clearer.
Okay.
For the purposes of the board's discussion at the next meeting.
So, but I guess what I don't necessarily understand is if something was approved under the original definition, but we create a new definition that they actually fall under more precisely, does that matter? So they're still the original warehouse, whether in the table going forward, they're always warehouse, even if we add a definition which describes them more precisely.
The note that I had, I guess the question that arises is whether that creates any uncertainty that could have unintended consequences.
Right. So if you were approved as a warehouse, before town meeting, at warehouse A, the definition A, you're always, that's your use, you're a warehouse, even if you're a warehouse with distribution technically by way of our definition. So even though you're approved as warehouse and you now look more like a warehouse of distribution, well, because I'm just thinking like, as you pass this down, so say one sells to the next, you've been approved as warehouse, say 10 years from now, somebody else comes in, but there's also warehouse of distribution, which you haven't been approved for that special permit. So what happens to the, if you go back to the original decision versus what exists going forward? Does that make sense?
If you were approved prior to this amendment taking effect, the activities there are going to include the storing part, the warehousing part, excuse me, as well as a distribution function, because that's what's happening. And the state of the bylaw then and what your approval was would give you those rights. It's conceivable that if you were looking to make a change or an expansion and the amendment that's proposed only changes that definition and doesn't keep the existing one, that there's a nonconformity there that might give you greater right to do that expansion without having to come for zoning approval.
Okay. If both definitions exist, and I don't mean to belabor this, but I just want to make sure I understand. If both definitions, so we go to town meeting, we put both definitions, we keep the old one, we add a new one. 10 years from now, somebody wants to sell, 10 years from now, FedEx wants to sell and have someone else move in there, but they've been approved as a warehouse, not warehouse with distribution. Does that matter? Does that cause a new special permit, or does the new owner just go, does that special permit still carry forward?
The special permit is probably going to carry forward as to what is happening at the time. The issue might be whether there's going to be a change or expansion or alteration.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions on, oops, I'll pull it up again. That was the only question I had here. It was really about the unintended consequences, how would we reconcile if we were to add? It sounds like Attorney Dineski is going to help with maybe just looking at that use table, making sure we don't have any unintended non-conforming situations. Let's see. I don't see anything else for questions there. Anything else from board members there?
I have a question for Attorney Dineski. So on this distribution moratorium, many of the board members asked, what would be the next step if the moratorium would take place, and how would we move forward? And so Carrie suggested, as she wrote this, that we would create a committee, and then she would say the scope of the committee, and she listed, as you probably know, was A through K. Under the majority of those, many of those are under the purview of the Board of Selectmen to make determinations, and not necessarily under their purview of the planning board. So my suggestion, and we can talk later as a board with this or whatever, was that this committee, I suggested, should, if goes to town meeting, the committee should clearly be defined at town meeting to not only consist of who they recommended, which was one planning board member, one board of selectmen, and 3 members from the public, but also, because of the lack of experience, and because you're talking about the use of the roads, the traffic, taxation, all this stuff, my suggestion was that it should be someone from financial planning, the assistant town administrator, the DPW, and the police department, and should be appointed by the Board of Selectmen, because when you look at the majority of these A through K, it's under the decision of these are under the purview of the Board of Selectmen. Because the Board of Selectmen basically make the determinations of the roads, the traffic. You know, as a planning board, you can make some zoning issues, but really a lot of this goes under the Board of Selectmen's purview. And that's what I'm concerned about, and I think can be very confusing at town meeting. Of how this is going, how is this committee going to work, be created? Because a lot of these checks are really not even under the purview of the planning board.
So one thing we did ask those two questions before, Michelle. We asked if the planning board had the authority to create this committee, and also if we had to list the staff or if we could just add them. And I think Attorney Dineski answered those questions last time, but obviously feel free to Attorney Dineski to weigh in as well.
If a bylaw specifies how a committee or the committee is to be composed, then that's what will govern. The disciplines, if you will, or persons who should be on the committee or represented by the committee are a policy decision. You could also, as with any committee, include consultation with staff if that kind of consultation is something that that you wanted to mandate or require. You would include that, in my view, or it would be appropriate to include it in the bylaw itself. This is, I think, the large question is a policy question about where the oversight and review process is centered and what are the disciplines that should be involved.
So I guess, does the planning board have the authority to create, as part of a moratorium, create a committee to do the review?
If town meeting says yes, I don't have a basis to say no, the planning board doesn't have that authority.
Okay, and then if we want staff, we have, even if staff isn't listed here, say we get the committee started and then we say, oh, we'd really love to have a DPW representative. Does anything preclude us from inviting a DPW representative for consultation if not included here? Or should we include it here? I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I just want to make sure we're covered either way.
In my view, you certainly have the committee would have the ability to seek input and comment from other areas of the town, if you will, to be general. But the committee would only consist of the members that are specified in the bylaw provision.
Okay,
Okay.
so board members. we'd
That's
have to
similar
talk-
to master plan, like we have the master plan steering committee and master plan implementation committee. And the DPW comes to every meeting and the town administrator attends to answer questions, but they weren't listed as being on the committee when it started.
But
So
I
that
think
I
this
would
is-
see as similar to this.
I think this is different where you're requesting a moratorium for 1 year and you're asking the public to give you this moratorium. And then you're asking the public that you're going to go off and do something. And so as the attorney suggested is, you could make as part of this that you're mandated to include town staff, that you work directly with town staff at the end of it.
I think
fine
he
with
said
that.
you go for them for input, which is
Well, it says
definitely,
it's a policy. You could make it as a mandate as part of this for town meeting that town staff is included on this board. I don't understand why it would hurt. I just think it should be it should be expected that this board consists of town staff. Because you're asking for a moratorium, you're asking for something, and the town residents would like to know what you're going to do and who's going to be on the staff, other than 2 board members and 3 residents.
Well, I would just wonder then, do we have the authority to commit town staff to it?
Right.
Versus like, maybe we put something that allows for the input. I certainly would welcome the involvement. I just don't, we hear a lot about staff being strapped. Do we have the authority to commit them to a committee? I'm not sure we do. So I guess Attorney Dineski, is it enough to just put something about input from staff, or how do we get around? I don't assume we have authority to commit town staff.
The question here is really whether you have authority with a bylaw provision or without it. And when there is a provision that says a committee shall exist and these are the members, unless there's some independent basis for a position or a person to somehow be ineligible or disqualified, I think that the bylaw would authorize the designation. In other words, if town meeting approves of a committee to consist of X, Y, and Z representatives, then that's the authority that's been voted. Now, I suppose it's conceivable that for whatever reason, someone might not be able to serve, but I think as a general proposition, when you're providing for the appointment of a committee and you specify the members and town meeting approves it, then that would be the rule that you'll be following.
Okay, well, I guess maybe then a question for staff on the call. So Fred and Bob, I think we at least have here, I can't see everybody. If you were listed here on a committee, how, would that be okay with you? Or would you prefer like more of a loosely translated commitment? Or what do you think based on staff, general operation, make sense for this?
I can speak for myself. It doesn't matter to me. I'm here as a liaison to the board either way and will participate in as ever how much you need me. I think that sometimes when a board's trying to create a committee, they may specify certain people and then add and or their designee, so that if in the case of, say for myself, if you stipulate the DPW director and or his designee, if he's too busy, he sends me, or the town administrator may send the assistant town administrator.
Okay.
But it really comes down to a question of, do you want staff to be on the committee or just there as a resource?
Okay, so that's good clarification. So why don't, it sounds like in terms of Attorney Dineski's time, we have our answer there. So as a board, we just need to further discuss, unless do we have other questions on that one?
So the other moratorium that we did for, was that for duplexes? That was before I was there. Did they specify town staff on that one as well? Or was that left not
We
specific to any
didn't
committee?
create a committee. The planning board just did it.
Okay,
But yeah, no. And just like master plan, there was no staff committed. And it started with Kathy and then John Kadir came in. And so I do think it would be important to say and or they're a designee, because we could appoint a staff person who says, you know, well, no, I'm not the right person. I don't want to be on there. So we don't want to lock someone in.
right. I agree. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions here? Oh, Bob.
Just kind of to echo what Fred said, you know, I'm here to help whenever I can. And, you know, I already, you know, attend meetings with other committees, although I'm not a member of that committee. I think to be named as part of a committee, that would probably have to, I would think, go through John Kadir, because my employment and my reporting authority is to John and nobody else.
Mhm.
So I would think that, you know, if from my perspective, and just my opinion, that if I was to be named to a committee, I would think John, as my supervisor for employment, would have to clear it, basically.
Right. So that's what I was wondering, Attorney Dineski. Do we actually have the authority to name the town administrator's direct reports on our committee? And so I'm happy to have anyone on the committee. I just don't know how, if we can do that or not.
We're sort of intersecting in two areas, and that's the first one, maybe the more foundational, of providing for a committee to conduct this study. The point that Bob makes goes more to conditions of employment, to use a general term. So one thing that certainly would be a basis for discussion is maybe some internal communication about how there would be a preferred way of approaching this,
Okay.
whether by name, by position, or excuse me, you wouldn't use name, but by position or some other board designee type phrase, so that there's not a conflict, though not intended, but a conflict nevertheless that might be in the realm of employment.
Got it. Okay.
And
So that makes
I
sense.
actually, if I could just mention, agree with that on the designee, because If you want someone who specifically understands the traffic implications and you want the police chief, but he's not available, then he could send someone from the police department,
Mhm.
likewise from the DPW. If Bob Federico is not available, maybe he could designate Fred Litchfield to go it. The point is to get experienced people on this committee, because that's the expectation at town meeting. That you're creating a committee, as Millie even asked, what are you gonna do in the committee? Who's on the committee, and what are you gonna deliver in a year?
Yeah. No, I think that makes sense. That's great. Anything else here? Okay. Last, we have questions about signs. So let's see. And then Michelle, I know you submitted some additional questions for that. So I'm just going to pull it up to start.
The confusing thing is I made some changes per Attorney Danuski's recommendations, and then Michelle sent out an email like a half an hour before the meeting started. So I haven't gotten a chance to read Michelle's, but some of them might conflict with changes that have already been made, because she wasn't at the last meeting, and then she didn't send the changes, early enough to incorporate them. I feel
Okay.
like it's hard last minute to incorporate things because changes have been made, and
Okay, so we'll do one at a time. Do you want to speak to what you have for questions and changes? And then Michelle, you can speak to whatever you have, and then we can kind of figure out if there's any sort of misalignment or overlap.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
sent
okay.
it sooner than a half an hour, but rather, whatever. You're right, I sent it this afternoon.
yeah, it was
Okay.
about an
I'll
hour,
give my-
half an hour.
I'll give my input as we walk along.
That's okay. All right.
Yep.
So I'm going to pull up the one first that went to Attorney Daneski. So we have that, and then we'll switch over. Let's see. All right. Can you
Yeah, I
see this signs?
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, great. All right. So now I can't see the questions, Amy. So do you mind?
Oh, and the questions really, let me see. I have to pull them up. The questions weren't really
Maybe I can check on my
to
phone.
do, let me see. Questions were like general questions, not really to the bylaw. Let me see where the questions went. All right, my question would be, we were talking about window signs. And I just asked the difference, and it might not be Attorney Daneski, it might be more towards Bob, is would the definition of our window sign allow like all the Coke and Keno signs, and like I understand an appropriate sign that would have the name of the business, and there are quite a few of those in town. But when asking about window signs, does the definition we have actually allow, there are some stores right now that have plastered like Coke, cold beer, all sorts of advertising, and it covers the whole window, but it's not an advertisement for the store itself. Like, does our bylaw today allow for that? So is it, or doesn't it? That was just the follow-up question I had. Or are you just supposed to be advertising what's in the, what the store is? Like, but it doesn't have to do with the bylaw. And I don't know, well, it has to do with the current bylaw, but it doesn't have to do with any changes in the bylaw.
I'll respond here in general. I think that there, in this question, there's probably a lot of practice and history that we would want to look at, but as a general proposition, I don't think there's anything in the bylaw that says you can't have a sign that references a product as opposed to just the store or the business itself. And I would think, and I certainly want Bob to weigh in, that there are probably a lot of signs that talk about a product or a service without necessarily identifying the business or the establishment.
I have to agree with Attorney Janeski, and, you know, if you look at well, it's crossed out 35, it's now 39 window sign. Basically, the last line, it's talk about, you know, things that are on the glass visible from the outside. But it doesn't include any part of a customary window display of merchandise or other product. So if you've got, you know, bottles of wine or a candle display or, you know, a bunch of different dog foods lined up in bags on this windowsill, I don't think that it comes into play. You know, there are a lot of stores that have, you know, posters and stuff plastered in the windows. To be honest with you, I've never received a complaint about any of it until recently, and I think it's an individual who's targeting businesses. But because it is a complaint, I will be looking into it in time. But I think it's a very gray area in terms of, you know, how do you handle it? You know, if somebody comes in and they've got a bunch of posters in the window and this passes with a change, and, you know, how do I know what are they changing out? You know, the Bud Light guy comes, puts a poster in the window. The package store owner certainly has no idea that there's a sign violation. I don't frequent those stores here in town, so unless it's pointed out to me, I'm likely to not notice it. So you know, I think it's a very gray area, and you know, again, what would be considered pre-existing and what would be considered something that is actionable on an enforcement.
Okay, well, there's no change to the window sign for this bylaw going forward, but because of the changes going forward, I reviewed like surrounding towns, like a lot of surrounding towns. And the surrounding towns that allow window signs actually have a limit. They say like 30% of the window can be, and that's like, most of them are 10, 20%. The max I saw was 30%. So every other town had a percentage. So I guess my recommendation would be, the only place I found window sign in this bylaw was under temporary signs. So if we were going to allow permanent window signs, I would think there should be a limit too, just like all the other towns, like, because there's definitely a need for someone to have the name of their business, but then there's some businesses that maybe they don't know, like you said, maybe the Bud Light guy comes and there's one place that has like 40 Coca-Cola signs like all over it, like, and I do think there's a place for the name of the business, but when we're talking about downtown revitalization and the look of our downtown, there's also comes into play if there's too many like signs where it becomes sign blight. And part of our purpose of our signs, and too much is actually, I don't have it in front of me, the actual purpose, but you know, too many has a negative effect.
Okay, so what you're saying, is there a change to this bylaw? Or do we need to discuss?
Well, I figured it was too late for changes, so for this year, so I didn't have a change. But if we were going to go forward and make changes, I would recommend having a percentage of the window being allowed versus, you know, covering the whole window with stickers.
Got it. Okay, so that's something, but we don't need Attorney Dineski for, but the board needs to further discuss.
Yep, and it may not be this year because it is, you know, March 1st. It was just something, it was a question for Attorney Dineski because the only place I saw in our sign bylaw where we allowed window signs was under temporary, which says 56 days.
Okay,
Like where in our sign bylaw, if you have a freestanding sign or a wall sign, we have a size, we have a zone. But the window signs didn't follow under any size or any zone. So I thought going forward, if we don't have time this year, that next year there definitely should be a sign in a zone if we do want to allow it other than being temporary.
okay.
But other than that, I didn't go through it bit by bit. I made the changes that Attorney Dineski recommended.
Okay.
But
You
that was
know-
before Michelle's came in.
Okay, so that's okay. Before
And-
we switch over,
Hey,
It's fine.
Carrie,
yeah,
with regards to Attorney Janeski, he doesn't even have to go through my changes. This has nothing to do with legal. This has to do with one board member's, whether my view on it. This is not, I'm not asking for legal counsel to weigh in on it.
oh,
I'm
okay,
just-
I didn't know if you had additional questions.
No, I didn't. These were Amy's questions for legal counsel on the sign bylaw.
Okay, so I guess we don't need to go for Michelle's Attorney Janeski, but there was one more question for, or unless Amy, you don't have this question anymore, about it sounds like there's no automatic approval of a sign if the building permit isn't approved in 30 days. Do you still have this question, Amy?
Well, I think Attorney Dineski answered it. He did say that there was no 30-day automatic approval of a sign. And then I just asked them a general question, is a wall sign considered a structure and needs a permit, or just freestanding signs on the ground are the ones that need permits? I guess that was my,
The building permit question, I would defer to Bob, but at a minimum, I would think we'd be talking about a structure before you need a building permit for a sign.
Mhm.
Building permits are what we use for all sign permits. When you get a sign permit, it says building permit on it. A sign needs to be on some sort of a substrate that can be removed from this wall surface. It cannot be applied directly to the wall, like painted on brick or something like that. So it has to be on some sort of a suitable surface. In terms of the 30 days, I follow what is required in the building code. Once a successful and complete application is submitted to us, we have 30 days to either issue the permit or deny it in writing with specific reasons. And that's how we handle it. It's rare that our permit wait times go over 30 days. Most of the time, the sign permits go out a lot sooner than that because it's in the grand scheme of things, in terms of reviews, it's kind of low hanging fruit. And it's a fairly simple permit to get out the door. So if I've got an extra 15 to 20 minutes, I can knock out maybe one, or if we're really lucky, 2 permits for a sign. So, I follow the state guidelines, for the 30-day. I also follow the state guidelines requiring inspections, and in terms of removing of signs, that is covered in the sign bylaw section. Any obsolete or dilapidated or dangerous sign is to be taken down within 30 days or at the order that I issue.
Okay, anything else on that part of it?
Also with this regards to the sign bylaw, there's a question in there that you have, no use variances would be allowed. And if you guys are going to town meeting, eliminating the use variances, and you're going to ask legal counsel about that. Did he answer the question?
Yes, it looks like,
Mentioned it was okay to leave in that area the no use variance, and that would apply to the signs. And that was a question I had for later for our board, because there were a couple where I individually listed no use variance, but Attorney Dineski said in the section where it says no use variance overall was okay to leave it there.
okay.
It was the way I read the answer.
Yeah, it's really sort of the issue of, again, belt and suspenders. You can have a general provision, but you may also have it for emphasis in a particular section.
Okay, and then Michelle, I didn't get to see your changes before, so just looking at them now, I just want to quickly ask a few questions with Attorney Janeski, just based on, you indicate discrimination, so I just want to make sure we're not running into any problems here.
Well, I can start off right away and I can help to understand the process. The last time the planning board had a major change to their sign bylaw that was as significant as this, what the planning board did was they went out to their business community and asked feedback on how this would impact them economically, how they did their businesses, how they would it financially impact them from an economic standpoint, from the design of their signage. We did all of that. We had several meetings with the business community, with the Chamber of Commerce, and it wasn't done in such an insular way. And the message from the business community now is that it's going to create a financial hardship, the way it's written as now. So that's why throughout this highlighting in red, I've asked to remove it because I believe that it will create a financial hardship.
Okay,
to the
but just
small
in terms
businesses.
of
And then
discrimination.
as far
in
as
terms-
discrimination, they may feel like they're not allowed to have the signs like Amy was just talking. She wants to eliminate the signs from the windows. They're saying, well, we've always had signs like this on the windows. Why can't we do this? Someone might ask in the case of a flag, they will put a flag out that says it's open for business, but it's a flag. They're going to say, well, this is going to be used against me, that I can no longer have a flag out open for business, right? So a lot of people see these things that are being put forward all the way through as working against their allowing them to do their business.
Okay, so in the legal sense of discrimination, Attorney Janeski, I just want to make sure when we're looking at, taking out these, changing what we allow or don't allow for signs, are we in any sort of area of discrimination in that sense, or?
I am taking the comments to relate to not technical legal discrimination, but a form of regulation that has a different or greater impact on a particular group. And in this instance, that group would be the business community.
Oh, okay, no, but I'm just wondering, like, when we talk about national flags, political subdivisions, state, municipal,
The-
US military.
I think the issue here is that you're protecting a flag, which you have a definition for as an expression that would fall under, let's say freedom of speech or First Amendment rights, and things that might otherwise be considered to be a flag would now come within the definition of a banner sign. In other words, your flag definition is now focused on those flags that represent a country or a political institution.
Okay, so as it relates to this section here, removing it is not discriminatory.
Again, I think we may be using that word in different senses. And I
Oh,
think the issue
right,
is
right.
the issue is whether there's an impact on businesses that they might say in a generic sense is discriminating against me.
Right. So I get that
Carrie.
part of it. Yep.
If you go down further, we have a definition for flag that includes all that. So it's just
Oh,
not,
okay, I see.
so if you go down to flag,
Rather than C banner.
it includes all of it.
And right, and that change in the banner definition was to account for the fact that a proposed flag definition is included.
Okay. All right, so I just want to make sure if there are any other questions. Is that mostly the extent of your comments, Michelle, the same one, or is there something any more specific?
Nope, that was it.
I did add one more line too.
Okay,
But I emailed it out, but it's not on Michelle's.
oh, okay.
But there was just a section in our bylaws for signs, and it's signs in downtown business, business east, business west, business south. There's a whole section in our site design standards that talks about signs. And because it's in a different part of the bylaw, it gets overlooked. So I just added a line that signs in the downtown business, business east, business west, business south must also follow 709020 D2. Just so when the person is going through a sign, whether it's Bob or design review, they know, oh, there's that section too that we're supposed to be following. It's not just the sign bylaw. We actually have a specific area for signs under site design.
Okay, so there are no related questions to that. I think that's-
No, no questions for Mr. Attorney Dineski.
Okay, so then as a board, we need to get back to a couple of items that don't include any sort of legal counsel. Unless there's anything else to ask Attorney Dineski, we can let him go. Anything else? Okay. Attorney Dineski, thank you for joining us. You're welcome to stay, but I'm sure you want to wrap up your evening.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
good night.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so why don't we get back to a couple of things that we wanted to get to that we don't need counsel on, but we do need to resolve as a board. So do you want to start backwards? We'll start with signs, or do you want to go back to the beginning, starting with the brewery? The brewery is probably easier, so why don't we go back? So we talked about whether or not we go with at or to, and do you want me to pull that back up?
If you want to. I guess we just have to decide at or to. And or both.
All right, well, if I don't have to pull it back up, are there any thoughts on that? Any general thoughts on which way to go?
Whether to accept it with changes as amended?
Oh, no, I just mean I'm going back to, we had some comments, we had some discussion to just wrap up that we didn't need counsel for, but we just needed to discuss as a board.
Oh.
So I'll pull it up. So for the, let's see. The brewery one. Okay, I have it. I'm gonna pull it back up. Okay, so for the brewery one, we had this question, and I think it might be in two different places. So we did do we want to do at, what do we mean to say, at or to? Any thoughts on this?
I think it's fine either way, at or to, or at
I know,
and
I
to.
do too. But if
I think either way.
If Attorney Dineski liked at and Bob likes at, then maybe
And-
we'll just
At.
leave it
And
at.
add it is.
And it is.
I agree, follow legal counsel.
Okay. So that was at, let's see. Then we had, okay, let's get to next one. We had nothing else for enforcement. Attorney Dineski is adding some language to part B. Then we have the moratorium. So actually, Michelle, I didn't see you had a document for that as well. I didn't catch it till right now. So let's see.
It's actually the language I just discussed with Attorney Dineski for the board to consider.
Yeah, all right, so I'm gonna
So
pull
it's
that up.
just- Again, I think Millie asked the question too, and I think the public will ask the question, if you're gonna ask for a moratorium, what are you gonna go off? Who's gonna be part of that committee? What is a commitment? And obviously, you're probably gonna come back with wanting some zoning changes, so you'd probably ask them to come back no later than October so that you could plan for it for a town meeting in 2023. So I think that composition of your committee you need to work on.
Okay, so I don't agree that it should be appointed by the Board of Selectmen. I don't know how other board members feel. I like the idea of putting some sort of component about coming back to town meeting. And I don't mind including the staff. I think there was a good idea to put or their designee. But I don't know how, if other board members have thoughts on, it looks like a couple different changes here.
I like the original bylaw, but if you want to add a staff person or their designee, that's fine too. I just
Mhm.
assumed we would reach out, if it's me or whoever's on the planning board, would reach out to staff just like they do in the master plan. And I'm sure staff, would want to be, and it might be different people. It might be the DPW 1 month, and it might be the town engineer the next month. It might be the building inspector the third month, I think it's implied that whoever's on the committee will definitely have to get input from staff. But I think when it's designated, it's gonna make it tricky. Just like the master plan, like they didn't pick a staff person and it has swapped around.
So I disagree. We're going back to when you look at Kerry's A through K, you're looking for expert advice, and that's why you should have someone from your police department who understands the traffic, someone from your DPW who understands the limitations of what you can and cannot allow on the roads, someone from your financial planning committee, and your assistant town manager. I don't understand why you would push back and not ask for them to be on it. None of them have said that they're too busy, that they can't be on it. And you're certainly only talking about what, June through October to meet and then give some direction for the zoning board. Could be direction to the Board of Selectmen for them to do things, but I don't understand why you'd want to push back and not allow that, if you want to be open and inclusive on this.
Oh, I definitely don't. I definitely don't want to push back. I definitely think staff should be involved. I just think it's gonna be hard to pick just one, and I don't think
So
you should
you don't
name
have
all
to
of
pick
them.
one, you pick four and you put it down, and I'm sure they can manage their own schedules, Amy.
Okay, well, it sounds like a couple of things we have to do either way. We would have to maybe regroup internally over our, talking to the town administrator about if we are to put people, if we are to put staff members, what does that look like from his perspective? Can we do that? Or get some insight there. I think we need, to Bob's earlier point. The only thing I would say is if we do put a whole bunch and it's actually just intended to be rotating, we just want to be careful to not run into any sort of quorum problems, because if it's a 9-member committee, it obviously changes the number that have to attend. And if 4 or 3 of them can't come or don't come or whatever the case, we just want to make sure we can still do business. So that's one thought there.
I wonder if you can just write one appropriate staff member or their designee, for whichever meeting it is. Like, I don't know.
I mean, I think that makes sense to have staff members designated, not specifically, but appropriate staff members. I don't know that, certainly at times the financial planning would want to be on some of these, but I don't know that they would want to, be on one that is really just for site plan review or approval process. It just depends on really what's being focused on for that meeting.
Right. And do we want, so we're saying may include, and these are the ones that we've opted to include. If we feel like something is just way out of purview, or I mean, really, it's just about finding the recommendations. It's not like this group has authority to take action on these items. If there's any, on the
Right.
flip side, though, if there's anything here that is just way off, does anybody see, looking at A through K, something that may not belong on this committee or just unrealistic?
I guess I am curious as to what the K has impact with on a moratorium.
Yeah, that would just be future looking. So what's coming down? What's the next thing that we need to be thinking about? So we're not just solving today's problem, we're
Mhm.
projecting what may be tomorrow's problem. And I don't know to what extent we have expertise there, but
Mm-hmm.
you know, we obviously, we also have our LPA hours with CMRPC. So if there was something on here that we really just didn't have, whether committee members, staff, or whatever have that expertise, maybe that's something we could allocate some time to. What are other towns seeing anything, or preparing in any specific way that we should prepare as well? Okay,
So
so
your next meeting is on the 15th, I believe, is our next meeting.
yes, yep.
Okay, so you could send a letter to the town administrator with these recommendations and get his feedback, and then we could amend it at the next meeting. Because really, the only thing that you guys are held on is whether you think the town administrator would approve this. Right, I'm
Um,
suggesting that staff should be on it. I'm suggesting that the staff associated with traffic
Mhm.
and roads who understand it should be on it. And I'm suggesting at least one person related to financial planning, whether it's the assistant town manager or someone from the financial planning board, be on it.
Okay.
So you're talking at maybe not the 4 people, but at a minimum of the 3 people. And they, again, you could ask him in a letter to the town administrator, could he send if they couldn't, could it be a designee? Or someone who's familiar with that
Okay,
area of
So-
expertise.
so then let's take this one piece at a time, because what I would want to send is something that we're supporting as a board. So first, the first change has to do with, I guess, 9 members depends on our answer, so let's hold that. Appointed by the Board of Selectmen. Board thoughts on this first part?
No, I mean, I think we should stick with the same definition that we had. And if anything, you can add will include, as part of the bylaw of the moratorium, you can say we will include the appropriate staff members based on the subject being discussed in the meeting. Like, and I don't know.
All right, we'll just one at a time then. So for this part, do we want appointed, well, first it says up here, this would have to be changed as well, formed by the planning board, but appointed by the Board of Selectmen, is this agree or not agree? Amy's a no, Michelle's a yes. Other thoughts?
I say
Uh,
no.
The composition of the committee, at this point, who is that appointed by? If you don't designate who's gonna do that? In other
Well-
words, the 3 residents, who's appointing them?
Well, in the original, it was formed by, this wasn't here at all. So the original, this is hard to see.
Well, but I did think you had the 3 residents, so I don't know who was appointing them.
The planning board.
It was planning board. Okay,
Yep.
okay,
Oh, all right, right, you're right. Selected by the planning board is deleted. Okay.
okay.
So do we want to change that? Do we want to keep it selected to the planning board or appointed by the Board of Selectmen? Amy's a no, Anthony's a no.
I think that we're putting this forth, so it really is on our shoulders to determine the composition of the committee, but I do think that they should have the town staff in there. So I don't know specifically which town staff, but have a note to say that that it is important to have that.
Okay, so then we have so that's a majority no. I'm also a no on that. The member of financial planning is the next edition. Thoughts on that one?
And that
these-
could, oh, sorry.
Well, I'm just saying, these are bylaw changes and talking about traffic. Like, I don't think we can reach out to our financial planning representative and ask him questions. But I don't think we need a member of the financial planning on this committee.
Is there something you had in mind, Michelle, when you put them on there?
Well, if you can scroll down, because you talk about economic development, you talk about excise tax right here on letter I.
Yep.
So why don't you remove that? Because I'm not quite sure that's under the purview of the planning board.
Okay, so that's a possible, oops, I can't, hold on.
See, I think I would leave that because that was on a decision that another planning board had.
So then have a financial planning member.
Oops.
You want to
have
have
a-
e-commerce. E-commerce is, Carrie, you keep on going up and down. Okay. Development of definitions to align with daily of e-commerce trends. I mean, who's going to understand that? Are you understanding that? Why wouldn't you have someone from financial development who understands those trends be on your board? I mean, I
Why
don't
would
think that-
finance understand e-commerce trends? That's an
Well-
industry, not a discipline for finance.
Well, it's fine, it's economic development. Or
That's not a
if you don't
finance
have them,
discipline,
how do
though.
you know? Do you guys know anything about financial trends with e-commerce?
A development to better align with current day e-commerce terms and trends. E-commerce is an industry, though?
Well,
How
I'm
would they
talking,
know about it?
I'm talking about the financial impact. I mean, your moratorium is going to impact e-commerce and how you're going to do business in Northborough. And so it's in your moratorium is going to reduce e-commerce, reduce distribution centers. How is that going to impact your town?
Mhm.
Those questions, right? I don't see why not having someone who is from the financial planning on your committee. I don't understand what would be the negative of not having them on the committee.
I don't think it's a negative necessarily at all. I was curious to see what your thought process was for that.
Because of
So-
your moratorium, the intent of your moratorium.
Okay, so in that spirit, are there thoughts on financial planning?
Well, and then that might be one of those letters that you add is, find out what is the impact of this, not just traffic impact, but financial impact of this moratorium. Somebody
into
would
this
ask that.
section.
What's that?
So you mean in terms of like, if we were to add here, for example, financial impact?
I think Attorney Dineski said we could reach out to any staff member for input, and I think adding all these and making a 9-member board is gonna, I don't know. Like you said, but staff members wouldn't even be voting, right? It's because staff usually isn't a voting member of a committee.
It's just for, I mean, not just, but it is for advisory and for input and perspective and, things like, how does this impact them?
But maybe there should just be a statement that the appropriate staff members will be invited, to the appropriate meetings.
Sure.
Um,
But
But member financial
to
planning. doesn't
include appropriate
necessarily-
staff members at meetings.
yeah,
I'm
like
thinking-
instead of listing all of them
Mm-hmm.
and having them be part of the committee, but will include appropriate staff members based on the subject being discussed at the meeting.
But these staff members are going to advise you and educate the members of this committee on how to move forward. I mean, Carrie's opening comment when she started this was, can we take a break, regroup, and see how we want to bring this industry back to Northborough? Why do you think 2 members plus 3 residents can do it who lack the experience?
I guess in my opinion, I always thought the staff members would be included anyways. This committee will sit down and they'll look at this list and say, okay, who do we need to reach out to?
And your legal counsel said earlier, it's okay to mandate that they're there.
And he also said it's okay to invite them.
So I think,
Either way,
all right, so either way. we
You
need
guys
find
want to
out-
get this passed at town meeting. I don't understand why you want to eliminate and make this committee so insular that you're not opening up to other members to help move forward with the next generation of this industry. That's what you opened up with, Kerry, on the very beginning when you started this in the fall. And so these groups, your public safety, your DPW, your financial planning, your assistant town manager are all going to give you guys great input on how to write and make the next generation for e-commerce in town. I don't really understand what the problem is here.
The only
so-
thing I could see that is a challenge is getting all of these members, if they're members and mandated to have the same schedule and schedule the meetings. And I agree that it's only September, August, September through maybe November. But at the same time, it can be a challenge. So I think if you mandate certain members, then you are then restricted to whether or not they can make it. I do think that maybe having the town administrator, you know, designate the appropriate meeting attendees for that meeting, or the chairperson to designate, might be helpful.
Okay, so why don't I at least send a note to the town administrator to figure out what the preference is for handling that, with the understanding that the board in general wants staff involvement, but we're not sure how to phrase it or what are the extent of our authority or ability to say, we want all of these staff members, if that's not really possible for us, or it's going to make it harder. So the spirit is the board wants staff input. How do we do it? So that's one.
Yeah, and to Bob's point is he doesn't report to us. He reports to the town administrator. So we
Right.
can't really mandate people show up to our meeting or a committee without knowing whether or not that's an agreeable option.
Okay, and then financial planning, this isn't necessarily staff. This could just be, a member. So I guess that doesn't matter. Does it, do we want financial planning? Does that seem, are we keeping financial planning?
Well, you have a member of the Financial Planning Committee who's a designee to the planning board. That could be that member who you asked to attend. Or it could be someone from the Financial Planning Committee that you ask them to, as Millie said, if that person can't attend, then a designee can attend.
Okay. So we have a question about, so financial planning, member from financial planning, board sentiment on this edition.
I think if it is gonna be one, if board wants it, I do think it should be our representative, because we've wanted him to attend some of our meetings and get input back and forth. So it makes sense versus pulling another representative from another board,
Sure.
but whether they're listed, I don't know.
Okay, other thoughts?
I personally, I don't think, I mean, I'm not opposed to any of these guys being invited. I don't see mandating anybody necessary. I think the appropriate thing would be to get feedback from the town administrator on best, course forward.
Okay, so that is something we'll get further opinion on and amend if need be. The next part is, let's see, report back by October 1st to give the board time to work on changes and amendments for town meeting. So I do like putting some sort of framework on it for time. What I'm wondering about is if we don't get approval, we can't form the committee, according to Attorney Dineski, until after, no, we can't form the committee until after the AG approves it, which could be 90 days. The committee is formed within 30 days. So now we're 120 days out from town meeting. Does this, and it's a year moratorium. So I guess, does this give us enough time if we're not working until 120 days after town meeting? Where does that put us? So
That
it
could
could
be
be
tight.
August. What?
That
It's
could
a
be
tight
tight.
term. So they could potentially not even be meeting till August, September, October. So 2 months later, they're coming back with changes. Maybe we just need to put like some sort of wiggle room in there. Or X period of
Or-
time after committee creation or something like that.
Yeah, maybe that's the thing, is anchor it on that committee creation, because then you're not locked into a date line.
Yep. What does the board think about that?
Sure.
Yep.
Okay. Although either way, we have to come back to town meeting with something.
Mm-hmm.
I think after you talk with the town administrator and you think it over, I think the way you suggested, creating a framework, whether it has to be this specific, I just wanted the board to consider a time frame and understand if you're gonna go to town meeting, you gotta, this is when you gotta work on this, right? So I think that's, if you're gonna go to town meeting and sell this and say, we're gonna go off and work, like Millie was been asking all along, how you gonna work it? What's it look like? Who's on the committee? What are you gonna do?
Okay, so timing, does the board in general like some sort of timeline here, addition?
I don't know. I think one of us is gonna be the planning board representative and we can have a discussion after and say, okay, does it have to be, do we have to belabor it like for town meeting? I think we know we have a year, whoever's on the committee, to get it done. Then they can set the first meeting, they can set up a schedule of what they want to do by when. And since there is a planning board rep on it, we can say, okay, we got to get to work because we don't have that long. And there's a lot to do. I don't know. I don't know if it matters.
Okay, other thoughts, any other thoughts on that?
I don't think a framework hurts. I mean, you can leave it a little bit loose, but I do think that, again, if people are, I think there's a tendency to expect something once something has been voted on by town. And when they don't see something coming through, it can be disappointing.
Mhm.
I think that if you have people who are very anxious for something like this to happen or not happen, whether it's a business or whether it's a residence or a town, I think they're going to want some accountability for action. And if you can explain it by saying, we are looking to have this, formed in a certain time frame, then they might be less anxious. I mean,
Okay, so then I'd suggest maybe either bump this out to January because that's likely going to be 6 months, or we say something like 6 months after creation. One question we should have asked maybe is when does the clock start for the 12 months? Is it at the time of the vote or at the time of approval?
Well, I think there was a date set that has to be for next year's town meeting, which is 12 months from. But we
Okay.
could go up to 18 months. You can have a moratorium up to 18 months. But everything has to be decided before the next town meeting if they're going to get implemented.
All right, so
Most
this
towns do 2 town meetings. They do one in the fall and one in the spring. So 18 months wouldn't matter. But it's hard because our town only does it once a year.
well, if you need to call a special one, you may need to call that.
It may come down to that with the
It's
committee.
a pretty important topic.
But the moratorium will end, yeah.
You
Okay.
don't want it longer than it has to be, obviously, but you certainly don't want to be rushed in trying to get the answers and the information you need to make a good call on it.
Right.
Okay, do we think there's enough time if we're not forming a committee until, say, August? April, May, June, July, so August. So we start really doing the work in September. What gives this, so if we're looking at all these items, A through L here, what do we think realistically would be enough time to, we'd have to really scramble to get this in shape.
Right. And it's probably gonna include even getting like a consultant or CMRPC,
Mm-hmm.
which means it goes out to RFP.
Oh, I would just use our
Oh.
LPA hours. I wouldn't bother.
Okay.
Yeah,
If we had the luxury of time, what do we realistically think this committee would need to look at these items, or at least take a surface level look on all of them and a little deeper for others? Can we do it in is 6 months reasonable? Because then I think we can make it.
Yeah, maybe they just have to meet twice a month or 3 times a month versus once a month. Like, once a month isn't gonna cut it, I don't think.
No.
No, but
The
3
other
times
thing
a
is-
month is a pretty big commitment for people.
Yeah, you already have a lot of data. You already have your traffic study. You already have a lot of data.
That's true.
Okay, so it's not like you have to wait and get your data. Data's already there. I certainly think that, if you get the approval and you start right, it says start within 30 days, doesn't mean you can't start sooner. So you could start, as of July when you get your approval. You've got July, August, September, October, November. That right there is 4 or 5 months. You already have your data.
Okay, so with that in mind, do we think it's realistic to say, maybe even just bump this to January 1st? So we at least know there's 6 months there. Worst case scenario, if we happen to be looking at August for whatever reason.
Yeah, and just say you have it by January 1st, but you can certainly have it before.
Yeah.
Okay, does that sound good to people, the board?
Yes.
All right.
Yep.
All right, so the outstanding item there is I'm going to follow up with town administrator about the component about how to handle staff involvement. And then I think that's it. Oh, and then, so do we want to add something about financial impact? Let's see, do we already cover it somewhere?
Not really.
Okay, so any way we want to jazz this up, or?
No, that sounds good.
Okay. If anybody thinks of something else, we can obviously amend it. Okay, so I'm going to save this. And then why don't we have one more. So let's see, hold on, let me make sure I save this so I don't lose it. Okay, so for Michelle's recommendations on the sign bylaw, why don't we look at that next?
I wonder if we should go to 200 Lyman and then come back. Just because there are so many sign things, or is that too confusing?
Well, does everybody okay to go over 200 Bartlett, I think, right?
Oh, 200 Bartlett.
Yeah, I'm okay. The applicant's been waiting a long time.
Okay. Let's see, Fred, do we have a public hearing notice to read for 200 Bartlett?
If Michelle didn't send it to you, I can see if I can do that.
Okay, I don't think she did.
All right, just give me a minute then. I gotta.
Okay. Let me double check too. I don't think so. She did not. Okay, while we're waiting for the public hearing notice, why don't we invite, so next on, we're going to come back to the bylaws. We're going to move forward with a public hearing for 200 Bartlett Street, special permit per groundwater protection overlay district bylaw and special permit site plan approval. So why don't we bring in the right attendees? So let's see, Paula, I think. I'm going to bring you in, and then I'm going to have you, Paula, tell me who else should come in. Oops. Oh, for some reason you had to rejoin. Oh, there you are, Paula. Do you have, who else should join?
Yes, Rick Gates,
Rick Gates, yep. Okay,
Vito,
okay, Vito.
Dario,
I don't see Dario.
Greg Kushko,
Nope.
Rick, who else is with us?
You got Dave Veron.
Oh, yep, okay.
Oh, thanks, Vito.
Anyone that I missed? Oh, wait, Dave Allerhart, is that your team? Is Dave at?
Yeah,
Allenhart?
Corinne Tobias.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yep.
And then is there also Dave Allerhart from Allerhart.com on your team?
No.
I
No?
don't think so.
Oh, okay. Oops. Okay, is that everybody? All right, great. I'm just waiting for the public hearing notice. Fred, the pressure's on. Well, in the meantime, I'll at least welcome you and thanks for coming and thanks for hanging in. I know we're running a little late. Also just wanted to mention that your application was really well organized and put together. So I personally really appreciated that. It was a really good, the narrative, everything was really helpful. So thank you for doing that.
Well, thank you.
Carrie, I just emailed it to you. Did you by any chance get it?
Yep, so thank you. Okay, great. Before we get started, I'm going to read the public hearing notice. So in accordance with the provisions of MGL Chapter 48, Section 9, the Northborough Planning Board will hold a public hearing on March 1st, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. to consider the special permit site plan approval application for 200 Bartlett Street, map 66, parcel 7, submitted by the Robert J. Devereaux Corporation for use of the property as a contractor's yard in the industrial zoning district. Application and plans prepared by Cornerstone Engineering, Inc. are on file at the town clerk's office and town planner's office and may be viewed on the planning department webpage. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, signed into law on June 16, 2021, this meeting will be conducted via remote participation. No in-person attendance by members of the public will be permitted. To participate in the public comment portions of this meeting from a PC, Mac, iPad, iPhone, or Android device, there's a URL provided in the public hearing notice to join, or you can see the planning board agenda posted for this evening. With that, I will welcome you again and ask you if you wanted to present. Now, I understand that we don't have a groundwater memo, Fred, correct?
That's correct. There's actually not going to be a groundwater memo. There will be a memo, a re-memo from myself reviewing the entire application. This proposal received a variance from the groundwater, so they're not required to go back to groundwater, just adhere to the requirements in that variance approval. So once I confirm that and review the rest of the package, you will have a review memo from me, but unfortunately, I don't have it for you tonight.
Okay, so that's fine, but I think in the past, if you've had conditions, groundwater conditions, we've added them to the site plan in the end. So is that something that at one point we will have in this case? Any conditions from groundwater?
I will, the Groundwater Advisory Committee made recommendations to the ZBA that if they were to add those to the variance, the Groundwater Committee was in agreement with the granting of the variance. So there's nothing coming from the Groundwater Advisory Committee regarding the special permit for the site plan, for the special permit for the contractor's yard and the site plan approval for the site plan.
Okay. So
I will have, I will confirm that they met all the conditions in the variance, and I will propose any modifications or additional conditions that may be appropriate based on what's been submitted so far.
Okay, thank you. So in that case, it would probably make sense at this point, if you wouldn't mind presenting your overall plan. I know you provided a really thorough narrative. So did all the board members have a chance to read through the narrative submitted by the applicant?
Mhm.
Okay, so you don't necessarily have to go through and read that verbatim, but maybe touch upon anything that you think would be important to note or highlights or anything like that. So I will give the floor to you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Paula Devereaux. I'm a partner at the law firm of Pierce Atwood, and I'm here representing RJ Devereaux Corp. In this application. I don't know if you remember, but back in May or June, I think June of 2021, I did come just to sort of talk things through. And since then, we've been very busy with very many committees of the town. And we've tried to work with each of the committees in order to allay any concerns they may have. But since that time, we have met with the Groundwater Advisory Committee, as the town engineer Fred Litchfield just stated. We also met with the Zoning Board of Appeals, and we had two meetings with them. And in the second meeting, they voted for the variance for this use in a groundwater protection overlay district. And in December, well, actually in February, in December we filed, but in February we received approval from the Conservation Commission as well for the site work that is going to be done on the property. But let me go through this first. We are here for a special permit. We believe and thank you for reading what we submitted ahead of time, because that really does state our case with respect to why we believe that the planning board we think that we've met the requirements in the zoning bylaw, and the planning board can vote to authorize this. I am actually going to turn it over to, well, let me just tell you a little bit about the property. Right now, Lammy Automotive is in the property. This application really has nothing to do with Lammy Automotive. They already have the relief that they needed to be cited here. What RJ Devereaux would like to do is purchase the property. We have it under agreement right now, or the company has it under agreement. And the company would like to move in and utilize the two main buildings that are on the property for their use as a contractor's yard. I think at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Vito to walk through the plans so that you can understand the property, where it's located, and the uses that are going to go into each of the buildings.
Okay, Vito Colonna with Cornerstone Engineering, with a civil engineer for the project. Just gonna share my screen. Okay, so this is just from your GIS, just to get an idea of the location. I'm sure most of you know the location living in town, but we're right here. This is Bartlett Street running this way. This is Lyman running down. So we're a couple properties down from the intersection with Lyman and Bartlett. These are basically the current conditions today. This photo is maybe 2 years old or so, but it's a 6.7 acre parcel. Right now, as Paul said, it is developed. Lammy Automotive is in the back here. They use this building and also this accessory garage next to it. There are two main buildings up front right now that are vacant, and those are the buildings that Devereaux would like to rehab and then utilize for their use. So as you can see right now, there is an existing paved driveway coming off here and a second driveway coming off to the other building. This back area, it was historically cleared. It's kind of a field, gravelly kind of mix. And then to the back is, as you can see, a wooded area. As far as the plans go, this would be the existing conditions plan. It shows those several buildings with the wooded area to the back, and there's also wetlands in the back that's shown in this blue color that's kind of hatched in the back area. And the 100-foot buffer zone did extend up into the site, and that's why we had to go to conservation for their approval also. As you can see, this line that runs through right in here, that's the division between the groundwater 3 and groundwater 1 overlay districts. So it does kind of split the site in half. And so I can just go to the proposed conditions just to show what they're looking to do with the property. And oops, wrong one. Let me just scroll down. So this would be the proposed plan here. And as you can see, the intent is actually just to keep the buildings, so there'd be no new buildings themselves. They'd actually take one of them down. There was a accessory garage right in this location that would actually come down. So they want to rehab these buildings, so it's a redevelopment, reuse, which typically is, usually a benefit, reuse what you already have. So this building onto the right here, that would be their maintenance building, where they'd be performing maintenance of their own equipment. It isn't meant for any outside service or anything like that. It's maintenance of their own equipment. It's all internal use. And then over on this side would be their administrative building, where they do training, they'd have some offices. Once we get to the architectural point, you can get into the internals of these buildings a little bit more. But essentially this one would have none of the, chemical storage, none of the, operations as far as that goes, like maintenance and that. This would be more office type setting, and then be separate over here with the maintenance. So as far as the circulation pavement goes, the parking, as you can see, we've redone the parking area to be to provide circulation through the site. Essentially, we kept this existing driveway over here, widened it up to be a proper width, 24 feet wide at least, and then we've adjusted this one slightly to work better with the site conditions. We have circulation that runs through the site that can accommodate all the fire vehicles. I have a quick, can just switch over, just to show that the fire trucks, this is the largest fire truck routing, the tower truck. So that can route through the site very efficiently. There's just different routings that we did, can just maneuver pretty easily through this site for any fire protection needs, emergency access needs that there may be. So we have a parking layout in here that provides parking for Lammy, their current use. We have some parking proximate to them. We have more parking up in front of the two buildings for staff and or visitors or anything like that that may come around. And then we also have equipment parking for their on-site use. A lot of times their equipment isn't stored on site necessarily. They keep it off on the job site. So this storage would be more for when something's not in use, like during winter months. They don't come and get the equipment every day and go to the job site. It kind of just stays on site. This is more for storage when something is in use. So we have some longer spaces through here and also in the back that can accommodate a trailer or whatever equipment that they may need. So for utilities on site, we have water available out in Bartlett Street. So we'd bring in new water services to the building as that may be required. So they'd have fire protection, all upgraded to meet current building codes. We would have a new upgraded septic system right up in front in here. Right now, there's currently 3 septic systems on site. 2 of them are non-functional essentially. So this would be an upgrade, and we also move them out of the groundwater 1 district. Right now there's a septic over here and in the back, and we've taken them and pushed them further away and into this groundwater 3 district to kind of get it out of that zone, and it'll be all fully compliant with the new Title V regulations. For stormwater itself, we've mitigated this increase in impervious area. There's obviously an increase with this type of a development, but we've mitigated that through a large infiltration basin in the back. And we've also done some roof drainage for this front building over in here. And we've also added, it's a little difficult to see, but some infiltration down on this side in here, which would take runoff from the front here. And prior to any infiltration, we've also added stormwater treatment structures that not only remove sediment and debris, but also trap oils, any floatables, We selected those just for this use because, you may have that potential with an automotive garage over here. Currently, there's no controls out there. So this would be a big improvement for both the groundwater and the wetland resources in the area to provide all that treatment and groundwater recharge. The soils are very suitable for all the development. We did do soil testing throughout the whole site. Up in the front, this was witnessed by Board of Health. And then we also did testing throughout the back and all the way into the back over in here. And it was pretty consistently a very coarse sand. Some of them had a little finer sand in it, but it was all very well-drained material, suitable for infiltration, stormwater treatment, and development such as this. Let's see. I think that's all from a site design standpoint. We can turn it over to, I don't know who we want to go to next, Paula, if you want to go to.
Rick, do you want to talk about how are you going to utilize the site?
Sure, I can do that. My name's Rick Gates. I'm a representative for R.J. Devereux Corporation, or DVX. I'm going to be in charge of this project. I'm going to be the face of the project, providing we do end up purchasing and get allowed to develop. So I'll give you kind of an overlay of what we do. We are a utility contractor. We install natural gas lines for both National Grid and for Eversource Gas. This piece of property is going to be a support system for our Eversource crews. And we have crews throughout the Commonwealth, from Fall River and Brockton area up to Hyde Park, over in the Maynard area, Berlin area, over to Worcester, and even in Connecticut. So primarily what the property is going to do in supporting the administration building is going to be for training, primarily. Some administrative billing, that kind of thing. But we're going to be doing training there, everything from first aid to CDL, hydraulic licenses, to train, do the bookwork, the computer work, OQ testing, markouts, we mark the streets, and tool operations, as well as general operations of all the equipment that's used. Basically taking someone that doesn't know about our business and teaching them everything. And what it's going to enable us to do is train even better than we are now. We do have a training facility. It's becoming too small. Our customers are demanding more training, more hands-on testing. And we're also going to be doing testing in that building as well. Third parties will come in and watch our people, our personnel, yearly, and sometimes more than that, go through the paces of what we do out in the field so that we're certified. That would be the administrative building. The Devereux Maintenance Building, we have multiple crews out in the field right now. For the Eversource side, we have, when we're up and running fully, we have about 25 to 27 crews. Every one of those crews has between 6 and 15 pieces of what we call small equipment. And the small equipment is basically lawnmower size engine equipment, generators, ground pounders, compactors, plate compactors, that kind of thing. Basically, if you take care of your own yard, all the engines are about that size. Some of the other small equipment are fusion equipment, which we utilize to fuse plastic pipe together, plastic gas pipe together. All that equipment needs to be maintenance readily. And this piece of property, this maintenance facility will afford us the ability to maintenance it a lot more regularly than we currently do, and keep track of it in a much more orderly fashion. The large area, and Vito kind of talked about it, is for the basically wintertime trailer storage. And right now what's up on the site is the maximum use, which would be, usually this time of year, we're not working as much. This year, the weather's been just about good enough to work out in the field. But when the gas company in the town shut us down, we need to do something with our equipment, and it's primarily trailers. We have in the vicinity of about 130, 140 trailers out in the field. We need to do something with them when it snows to get them off the street so they can plow. This facility will allow us to be able to bring them all in, or a portion of them in. You might also see that there's 4 bays with material in there. That is another support system. If we have a breakdown out in the field and we can't bring in material to finish a job out in the field, that's what that material will be for. Even though we've come in as a contractor's yard, this piece of property is really for support. It's not for what typically someone might think about with a contractor, that was going to be bulldozers and dump trucks everywhere. That's just not what this property is for. It's really to ensure that the crews out in the field have what they need in order to complete their jobs. The crews themselves go from home directly to the job sites, and from the job sites back home. They don't come to the yard unless they need training, which is usually only once a year, sometimes twice a year, depending upon what they're getting trained for. The crews out in the field working for Eversource, we have a unique situation with them out there. Eversource has a contract with their union, and that contract states that contractors, RJ Devereaux and others, are only allowed to work 8 hours a day. So we have to start and complete the jobs within that 8 hours, or we get trouble. It costs us, and it's not a good situation. So we have to, basically get in and out quickly. So in order to do that, it's kind of a bit of a symphony, with everyone having to work together, knowing what we're doing, where we're doing it, the materials that we excavate, we have to be able to bring it, to a variety of places around the area. And we have to time everything correctly so that we don't go over that 8 hours. And that's what this piece of property is going to enable us to do a lot better, is be more efficient at that. And that's primarily what this project is all about. Let's see. We do install natural gas, and because of that, we're the kind of company that basically doesn't fool around with what we do. We are inspected constantly. In any particular day, we can have inspectors ranging from 3 or 4 different types of company inspectors that come out for QA/QC, safety, and just the regular inspectors. We get DPU coming out, OSHA coming out. We're a very responsible company when it comes to that, and we're going to look at this property in the same manner. We understand that we're in a ground district overlay 3 and 1. We understand there's some DEP issues. We understand all of that. We know how to handle that. That's what we do on a daily basis, is comply. Compliance is really what we do out in the field, and that's what we intend to do here as well. We understand that the atmosphere in Northborough is a little stirred up from what might be our neighbors down the street. As you're going to see from the traffic report, we're not going to increase the traffic substantially at all. It's a lot less than probably most of you are thinking right now. And we're also going to be a very responsible company within the community. In fact, we're looking really to be a part of the community. So we want to be a part of protecting the interests of the town rather than being a hindrance to the town. So we're hoping not only to get approval from this board, but also to find out how we can fit and better fit in with the town. We're not operating as a warehouse. I know that's a topic of contention within the town. Everything we're doing for ourselves. We're not a Jiffy Lube. We're not doing anything for anybody but ourselves. We're not looking to take advantage of the fact that this is an industrial piece of property and we're going to tell you one thing and do something else. It's just not what we do. We're here to do the right thing, which is, fit in with the town, take care of what we need to do, and basically do whatever we need to do in order to comply. And, so I'm looking forward to hearing, from the board and from the town, people of the town, their concerns so that we can address those concerns, so that we can be an active part of the community as well as run our business.
Great, thanks, Rick. Should we turn this over? Corinne, do you want to discuss a little bit about the traffic?
Sure. So just kind of very briefly, I'll talk about kind of what we did for our trip generation and how we came up with what the impacts will be. Because this is kind of a non-standard use, we felt like, we have existing data from other sites that are very similar for this developer. And so rather than going with kind of standard ITE data, we use the data for their other operations on other sites to get a really much more accurate picture of what it's going to look like from a traffic perspective. So having said that, one of the things with a site like this is that a lot of the traffic is off peak. And most of the traffic, will not necessarily be coming and going at the same time as everybody else is currently today, during rush hour in Northborough. So, with that said, there, just to kind of talk about a couple different numbers for the site, the total trip generation for the site is going to be about 300, just over 300, 314 cars per day, but only, under 50 of those will be happening during the morning and the evening peak hour. And so really it's going to be quite spread out. In addition to that, because they're reusing 2 existing buildings, you have to kind of compare it to what it would be if those buildings were built out in the future, because they won't just stay vacant. They are permitted in the town. And so relative to, other uses that could be in those facilities, you're looking at, almost no change during the peak hour in terms of trips for this site, as opposed to, what could be allowed by right on the site. So with that said, there's pretty much no change for the morning peak hour and only about 6 additional cars during the PM peak hour relative to kind of the by right use for the site. So we just wanted to point that out, that most of the traffic will be off peak and relative to kind of other uses for the site with the existing buildings already being permitted, there's almost no impact. And then, as far as the traffic analysis goes, there are some existing congestion issues at the intersection of Bartlett Street and Layman Street, but the site drives will work well and there will be no, real impact even to the other intersection from this site. And, with that said, I'm happy to answer any more specific questions that people might have about traffic.
Oops. Do you have, the shared screen is actually still the site plan. Do you have the traffic study that you could just pull up for a second?
I can pull it up. It's 134 pages. with
Oh,
the
well, just if
appendix.
there's like some sort of chart, like the numbers you're referencing.
Sure, yeah. Just one moment, please, sorry.
We can pull it up for you, Corinne, if you want.
Yeah, if you can share the
We've got it, we'll pull it up.
trip generation, I believe it's page 19.
Oh, okay. I can always look here too in the packet.
So this kind of shows, what it would be relative to those, if those 2 sites were built out. And that would be kind of this lower, the net trips, but if you're looking at just the 200 Bartlett Street development, you can still see that the majority of traffic is off peak. And I'll also say, I know that this has been a concern just generally with COVID and traffic Being off, we did compare the volumes on Lyman Street today to the volumes that were in 2019 pre-COVID. And we found that the PM peak is just about bounced back, and the AM peak is a little bit lower. So we did adjust those AM peak volumes, the existing volumes up to account for pre-COVID conditions.
I just have a quick question. What do you foresee your peak hours to be? You said there that most of the volume wouldn't be normal peak hours. What hours are the trucks going to be coming and going from this site?
So I wouldn't say necessarily like there's going to be a different peak hour for the site. It's really distributed throughout the day. So this is still the peak for the site, but it's not, I guess what I'm saying is not true peak the way you might see with like an office where everyone's coming and going at the peak during those times. So there's not going to be another time of day that's going to be a higher generator for the site, if that's what you mean.
So along the lines of Amy's question, that street in general doesn't really have like commuter hours. It's travel all day. So there is no peak. Peak time is tough to define. So I guess, is it 7 to 4, would you say, basically the hours of operation?
Yeah, our operations would be just about that 7 to 4. And yeah, everything's going to be spread out throughout the day. There is no, again, the workers go directly to the job sites. We'll have a mechanic and some runners that come in generally first thing in the morning, but they come and go during the course of the day. But 7 to basically really, because we shut down earlier out in the streets, it's really like 7 to 3, something like that.
So it's not like a site where people start coming at like 5:36 in the morning and
No.
all the trucks start
Nope.
up and they all go at the same time?
No. Like I said, that all of our crews go directly to their sites, wherever they happen to be, whatever towns they happen to be in. They will not be coming here. Strictly, we're going to have 2 mechanics, one welder, an admin, a yard manager, and then there's going to be runners, upwards of 3 or 4 runners and supervisors, and none of them we won't all be there at the same time. Everyone has different scheduling, different timing. A lot of the individuals go directly to the sites to work with the crews, either delivering parts or fixing something or supervising. So it's very, very sporadic. There won't be that morning rush hour for us. It never ends up being like that. And generally speaking, during the day, in fact, I was in my Shrewsbury office today, and I sat there alone for about 4 hours. So the impact, even though all the information that I fed to create this matrix is really what my team said, worst case scenario, it's going to be lighter than what you're seeing, quite frankly. Maybe in 20 years, if we expand and grow big enough, we might be up to this, but it's a lot less than it's actually showing.
So when you say there are 314 daily trips for the proposed, based on the estimates, but then total trips is 143, what's happening there? Is that?
So
what's the
that's kind of, that's where I was saying when you compare it to, so these are existing buildings that are permitted by right in the town. So when you compare it to other uses that might go in, that's kind of this bottom net, because you can't just compare it, it's not a brand new site. It's not an empty lot that hasn't been permitted. So, these buildings could be filled by right. And so that's kind of what that last line comparison is. So 314 is what this site would generate. And then, compared to some other uses that could go in the facility by right, this is kind of the net difference in the bottom line.
Okay, but you're generating 314
Correct.
trips per
Yep.
day. Okay, did you want to go through, board members, do you want to ask questions, or do you want to let them finish their presentation, ask questions? Anything we want to interject with, or do you want to present any landscaping or anything like that, or?
I have questions, but I could wait till the end if you want.
Sorry, we should go through landscaping as well, because that's an important part of this as well.
Okay, and then is that pretty much the conclusion, and then we can ask some questions and figure out what's next?
Sure. I think that'd be good.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Basically, what we did for the landscaping is we used the original plan that when it was originally addressed to you guys, and we kind of really doctored it up and kind of really made it pretty from the street. We addressed everything as far as worst case scenario, if there's a lot of tractors parked there, and wanted to make it as attractive as possible and still screen anything that's objective from the street, so it still looked very nice. Dario, can you pull the visual from the street, some of the photos? So that's what the street view will look like. We want to just kind of fire, there we go. Basically, we're using the evergreen screen, deciduous, kind of nice entrances, looking down, a lot of different color, using the existing buildings. Just tried to make it as nice as possible, blend everything, and make it just very visual, very inviting, but yet at the same time, screening any parking or as much as I could from any objectionable views and anybody driving by. So it still looks kind of a blend of commercial, but yet at the same point, you're not seeing whatever's behind it. And that was my goal. That's pretty much what we tried to do. Yeah, go ahead.
How big are the evergreens to start with?
Basically, we had a commitment, you know, they'll do whatever they want to do, but what we spec'd out was probably about, I'm going to say 18 to 20 footers.
Oh, wow, okay.
That was the intention. You know, and obviously everything grows,
Yep.
but I didn't want to go complete evergreen and hide everything. I just wanted everything to work in unison and make it as inviting as possible. Making it visually appealing.
Looks nicer than my yard.
Okay. Anything further to present?
No, unless there's anybody having specific questions or, Dario, I know you've worked out on the outside, but, you know, I don't know if there's anything you want to add, but I think we're pretty much set with that. And we can answer any questions that the board may have.
Okay. Dario, anything from you?
I mean, I think we pretty much said everything. I will obviously recuse myself when it comes to the design review committee, but knowing what we would want, this is how we tried to work with Devereaux, and I think in most cases, meet or exceed what would be good for Northborough. And I think one of the things that you may or may not have noticed is we did pull all the paving back from Bartlett to give ourselves a lot more green on Bartlett, because the current parking lot is much closer to the street than where we are now. We did try to mix, as David said, the deciduous and the conifers to not just make it look like a big wall hiding the world, but to make it look nice and also screen the parking. And I think Rick knows so much about this, but putting it in English for people like us to understand what's going on. When we went and visited a similar location that they had, and I don't think that we've ever really stated this super clearly, when we went out there to measure to do the interiors of the buildings, I think there were 4 people there in the middle of the day. And there may be 6 here in the middle of the day, which would be a lot. Just to give you some magnitude of who's here during the day, I think the big thing that we did discuss, but just want to emphasize, is the one time, if we ever get close to filling the parking lot, is when we're not doing business. It's there, is in the middle of winter when the ground's frozen, we're not out, digging holes or putting in pipes or fixing anything. I think it's also much, much different than the warehouses, which obviously we've been, just beaten up with. their normal procedure here, it's not 24 hours. So we don't have trucks coming by at 2 a.m. The only time that would ever possibly happen here is if a gas line blew up in the middle of the road. So it would be an emergency. It's not the day-to-day operations. And I think Rick explained it wonderfully, but just so you guys understand, most of their workers take the vehicles home. They go to the job. All of a sudden, if they need a supply, they'll come here with a runner or someone else and bring it out. So there's not a whole lot of action here ever at any time. And the big rush hour, when everybody's arriving at the office, would be, both people coming at the same time, or maybe 4 people. And if they happen to have a training session at 10 in the morning, then 10 or 12 people will show up for the training session and then they'll leave later on. So it's much different than a lot of us look at this as a warehouse or maintenance than what we have up the street from us. They're not distributors. They don't distribute anything. They don't receive anything except normal parts just to do their job, which is, for me, living in Northborough, awesome. I mean, I couldn't ask for a better use. And yes, they're my customer, but I also live here. And from day one, the Devereaux family has fundamentally said we want to do the right thing. They hired us because we were in Northborough and we were working with them to do the right thing. And hopefully what you look at now doesn't look like a big ugly warehouse, which was their intent from day one. And that's all I got.
Okay, great. Board questions.
I do have some questions just to understand what the business is. If I understand correctly, it's the maintenance and the installation of gas lines?
That's
Is that
correct.
So the most of the trucks or the equipment are, as you were saying, maybe on site, and the crew goes there. So are they left on site indefinitely or until the completion of the project?
Yes, typically our projects, when we're given the packages from the gas company, will last anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks up to a year and a year and a half. So these crews will be in a neighborhood, putting in new gas main, and then all the lateral services, and then retiring the old main, and that can take obviously quite some time. So all the equipment generally stays out there unless we have a weather event. A blizzard shows up, we gotta get everything off the road. And if we have holidays or the town wants us off the road because of winter or something like that. It's important to also let you guys know that the equipment that's out in the street, the vast majority is subcontracted. Devereaux doesn't own a lot of equipment. We own pickup trucks for the supervisors. We have runners trucks, which are basically F-350s and F-550s with rack bodies on them or utility body on them. We don't own, but I think 4 or 5 dump trucks, those large dump trucks, and 4 or 5 backhoes, as a matter of fact. So the equipment is very limited when it comes to Devereaux. So all the equipment that's out digging in the street, excavating, skid steers, all that equipment are subcontract. And we do that for a reason, so that we don't have the overhead of having to maintenance all that equipment. Those people are reliant on themselves and local mechanics to take care of that. We don't change their oil. We don't change their tires. We don't do the maintenance on the big trucks and everything. The contractors that we hire, and a lot of them are foremen and independents, take care of their own equipment. So it doesn't come back to this yard. It isn't stored in this yard. When it snows and we need to get off the road, the subcontractors have to find a place for their own backhoe and their own skid steers. We don't take care of those. We take care of our trailers and the 1 or 2 pieces of equipment where we do have out in the field.
So when you say trailers, you don't mean the tractor trailers. You
No,
mean
no,
like
no.
trailers that tow
No,
bits
no.
of your
I
equipment.
should have been more specific there. The trailers that we use are landscape type trailers. Single axle and double axle, and a different variety of shapes and sizes.
Okay.
But no big 18 wheelers coming into our yard.
And Millie, this is Dario.
Hi, Dario.
Yeah, hello. I want to make sure that's a point that we all forgot to mention, and Rick mentioned it, but as a course of business, Devereaux doesn't use any tractor trailers ever. The only time that they would have a tractor trailer show up, it would be no different than the office building I'm in, because we do have a dock for that, would be if a trailer came in to drop off bottled water or something. It's not their day-to-day operation. So a tractor trailer on the site would be just the same as a tractor trailer in the building I'm sitting in right now. So Billy DePietri may have one show up because the guy's dropping off a whole bunch of beer kegs for Tavern in the Square, but they may only show up once every 2 months. So that's not part of their standard operation. I think that's a big deal because everything down the street from us is.
Yeah.
And we, I think it's weird too, right? Because when you say trailer, you know what you're talking about, but all of a sudden we're thinking, you're on mute, Rick. But
Yeah.
we're thinking the other trailer. So I think that's really important for you guys to know.
Right. Right.
So
I did
just-
also have a question on the sand and the gravel. Is that for materials that you guys might need on a site? So you might come to pick that up or fill in things, or what is that for?
Yeah, again, that's more of a support. If you see the totals, the amounts in there, it's 75 yards of each. Primarily, we use the sand and the processed gravel. That amount that's in there would really only take care of 3 crews for 1 day. It's not for a standard operating daily thing. It's basically if a dump truck in one of our crews breaks down on the way or coming back from a gravel yard,
Sure.
we're held with that 8-hour restriction. We don't have time to waste. And currently when that happens, we have to borrow trucks from other crews and we scramble. And this is going to give us the opportunity to, load a truck up that we'll have one dump truck, Devereaux dump truck in the yard. We'll be able to load it, bring it out to the crew, get them so that they can finish for the day. And then we'll worry about the fallout from the rest of it, whether that dump truck needs to get towed and go to 495 and get fixed or whatever happens to it. Or one of my maintenance guys can go out there and actually get it up and running. But it's more about making sure that crew gets done in that 8-hour time frame, and having that gravel, that material there is truly support. And that's what this entire piece of property is about, is being there to make sure that we can keep the crews quick and efficient in order to stay within that 8 hours, and in order for the company to benefit, make a little more money and be more efficient. This piece of property is paramount for that. To be safer, better trained, and just be better overall. Remember, we're installing natural gas lines. It's not something we take lightly. We've been doing this for over 50 years. And again, we get inspected constantly. We don't mess around doing it. So we're going to take that same attitude with this piece of property as well. And we understand that you're going to be sensitive that we're in a groundwater 3, a groundwater 1 material there. We understand that. And it's just not, we're not going to be coming in and out of there with dump trucks all day long by any stretch.
Okay. The only reason I ask is it says somewhere along the line, a maximum of 20 dump trucks on any given day. And I'm kind of like, well, that would be a lot.
Again, that's my team. Everyone that's on here is like pounding in my head. Worst case scenario, because
Okay.
that kind of thing. And the same thing with the traffic thing. At 314, I've already got a couple texts. They're like, we wouldn't do that in a month sometimes. And I'm like, I know we have to present it that way, because if we do get in a scenario, we don't want to upset the town. We want to make sure we're doing the right thing with the town. We want the town to be comfortable and understanding that that we're not here to inundate the town with what they're already been inundated with just traffic and all of that. That's not what we do. So.
The one last question I have is, under those gravel or stone areas, is that pavement under there, or?
That we're probably going to be pouring concrete underneath there. And Vito would probably be better to answer this for the drainage and making sure that it's all kept above and not get into the environmental.
Okay.
Yeah, typically you'd have a concrete pad under there though, just for a stable base, something you can work on. And it would prevent it from leaching in.
Right. That was my question. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
I have some questions.
Sure.
So have you been before design review yet?
Paula?
No, but
No.
I didn't, no, but I didn't think that under the bylaw that we're required to go through design review because there was nothing new.
I agree. I think I did check it really fast. I don't have it in front of me, but I did check about design review, and I do think in industrial, it was for a new building.
Yeah, just because it's industrial. If it was in the other zones, I think it might trigger it.
Yes, if it was in the business zones and a change would trigger it, but in industrial, I think it said it had to be new, because I did check that.
That's correct. There's
Okay.
no trip to the design review committee. There's no new construction, no alterations to the exterior of the building.
Thank you. Thank you, Fred. So, and any input from staff? Do you get a staff letter?
That's what Fred had said he was gonna give us next time.
Okay, okay. And then, I know Dave Veron well. I sat with him many, many years on the design review committee, so his work is excellent. With regards to the 40-yard dumpster, is that covered or how is that done? Looking on your, one of your plans, your proposed site plan.
All right, you want to switch back to the other plan?
Maybe it's just in this package that I have and.
Is it one of the storage areas in the back?
Green, yeah. It's right next to the gravel pits.
Right there.
Oh,
Got it.
that's the trash dumpster pad area. So that'd be, that's where your it's typical dumpster area. I think it's just larger, so it covers the whole facility.
Okay.
And we hid it behind the building so you couldn't see it from anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but typically, so what covers that dumpster? Is it going to be lattice fence or what is covering the dumpster area?
I don't think we proposed a specific screen around it. We could probably show that on the next set of plans, though, some type of screening to contain that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So typically, if you use some screening as far as evergreens, which I wouldn't recommend, or just use some sort of fencing around it, even though it's in the back of the building.
Yep.
Typically done. So when I look in the back and just speaking to the gentleman before, I'm not quite sure I would have used all the same terminology would do about the traffic and the businesses down the end of the street, but maybe that's what was told to you. But so when you come in through your driveway, you're going to have Eversource trucks that will have on the back of it these box trailers. Is that correct? I'm looking on the bottom of this plan next to the infiltration system. It's labeled here. Yeah, right there. It's labeled here. Is that where all the box trailers will be kept, or is that how they come in and then attach to a box trailer? Just trying to understand the flow of traffic as they come in.
Yeah, they would be coming in from either entrance. Again, those trailers are like a landscape trailer, the box trailers. They would be brought in by a runner with an F-550 and back into that site and be left there.
Okay.
Again, during the off-peak hours, off-peak days, I should say, winter or holiday, just prior to holiday, something along those lines.
Right.
But the flow would be coming in, and most of our crews, logistically, where our crews are set up, the vast majority of our traffic is going to be coming from 495. It's just that much simpler to bring everything in. We're up in the Maynard area and Marlboro a lot, and even the Worcester area. They'll be coming down the Pike or 290 and zipping around that way rather than coming through the town. Just a simpler, quicker, more efficient way to come. That's how we currently bring our equipment and pick up our supplies that way now. So that would be the manner in which they'd be coming to the site.
Okay. And so are these trucks are they permanently, I'm looking on this proposed site plan typical use that's proposed by your engineer. And so are these trucks just going to be stored here overnight, or they just sort of come and go as an ad needed basis during your training sessions?
Yeah, that's what it's gonna be, is they come and go as needed.
Okay.
Most of the time, the typical, I think the one that's up right now is the maximum. But the typical has very few pieces of equipment and very few vehicles in the yard. What's on the screen right now is like the winter time. Yeah, that would be a typical setup right there.
Okay.
That's how many people, basically, putting everything aside, that's what the yard's gonna look like 9 months of the year, or more. There's very few pieces of equipment there, because if it's in the yard, it's not making us money. It needs to be out making us money. If it's on the job site, we're able to charge for it. We're utilizing it, etc. That other depiction was really, again, a month. Generally speaking, January into February, we have a fair amount of those trailers, and even then, that maximum use is literally maximum. Even during the winter months, you're going to see about half as many trailers as were in that maximum plan scenario.
Okay. And then Dave, you could probably talk to this about the snow removal. What are your plans for snow removal on this site? Can we
But
discuss that?
they have enough space to put it kind of where some of the trailers aren't, and even if they put them in front of them, down by the infiltration basin.
Okay,
Also,
got it.
inside,
Okay.
there's plenty of room over there.
Okay,
'Cause those trailers don't move anywhere in the winter.
okay. All right.
I
That's
believe
it
on
for me
this plan,
now.
you'll see some snow storage on this plan here that Vito drew up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
we-
mean, as far as the use goes, I have no problem with it. I think it's a good location for you guys. And welcome to Northborough if the board approves it.
Okay, any other questions, Michelle?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, other board questions? Anthony or Amy?
No, so I had seen a lot of this sitting on groundwater, so I'm pretty familiar with the site plan. The only thing that kind of piqued my ears tonight was the traffic, but I think Mr. Gates addressed that as being an anomaly or, worst case scenario. So other than that, I'm good.
Okay, Amy, questions?
Yep, mine is going back to the gravel, sand, and other piles. Do you bring anything back to the site? I know you had said there's supplies on site in case there's an issue, but do you ever bring back used materials from a job site?
We may, and only those materials, when we excavate in the street, it's basically the same materials. It's all the materials that are underneath the street, which is going to be, a gravel mix, something that we can reuse. Anything else we don't want in the site. I'm very frankly don't want anything to do with it. Anything that has any bits of asphalt, roots, cobblestones, anything like that. That's going to the gravel yards we do business with on a daily basis, because it's something we don't want to deal with. It's not what we do in here. We fully understand where we're in a groundwater overlay district. We understand that, and again, that's why I put forth earlier that this is what we do all the time. We get inspected constantly. We put out hay wattles and silt screens in and around our job sites all the time. We're a company that's been around for a long time and pride ourselves in doing the right thing all the way across, not only because we have to, because we're inspected constantly, but that's how to do business and do business well. And that's the way this company has been operating for over 50 years.
Where would you pile it if it comes back, if you bring back used?
Anything we would bring back would be in the, what would be either you can call it the gravel area. That's 75 yards of gravel. It would be in there. And then the processed gravel would be something that we would store. That would be basically when we backfill for the gas pipe, the stones have to be smaller than a certain size. so that eventually the frost doesn't push it down and get it close and damage the gas pipe. So the processed gravel we would need, and with a cover on it too, and dry so that we can compact it properly. The sand goes around the piping, and the stone will never have 75 yards, probably about 10 yards. And that's only if we run into a drainage issue when we need to put stone down to keep people dry, or put pumps in order to pump out water. So that area that would be called gravel, straight gravel, would be something, if we had a truck breakdown and we had to use a yard truck, that would be where we would store it. And it's not a lot compared to what every crew puts in the course of a day. It's strictly for emergency basis, because quite frankly, I'm going to be running this yard. I don't want that crap in my yard. I don't need it. That's not what this yard is intended for.
Okay, so I'm not saying, so you'd be okay with any used material has to be under the canopy?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I would want that anyway, regardless.
Yep. Okay, and there are a couple of vacuum trucks on site. What is usually in the vacuum trucks?
That will be gravel. What we use the vac trucks for, we excavate around other either existing gas mains that we know are there, or other utilities, so we don't damage the facilities. And we use it when we scope out a job. Before we start actually digging, we'll locate things so that we don't hit them as we excavate and start digging a trench. So that's same gravel that we were just talking about that would be in there. Maybe in those, if they didn't vacuum up too much, they may leave it in there, but for the most part, that gets brought to the same gravel yards that we bring all the other materials to and get rid of it there. Again, something we don't need in the yard. They're going to be out and closer to those gravel yards than here anyway. And that's where we'll be doing with all that material, is getting rid of it, in the variety of gravel yards that we use right now, Worcester Sand and Gravel and American out in Berlin, I think it is.
Okay, so there's no liquid in the vacuum trucks?
There is liquid. That's what that's what they use, is water to vacuum it all up, and that's why it's not coming to the yard, because it's just going to make a sloppy mess that we don't need in the yard. That strictly back truck is going to be parked there. It's not going to be stored there, full of material, that kind of thing.
Okay. All
And
right.
Amy-
And what about washing out trucks? Do you do that on site, like in
No.
the maintenance? You wouldn't
Nope.
take a hose and wash out trucks
No,
on the parking
no.
lot?
Absolutely not. Not in my yard. That's
I'm
what
just
the-
thinking because of the groundwater and the.
No, I fully understand. And again, that's why I say that we understand where we are. We understand where the GW3 and 1, and we understand that you're going to be sensitive about that, and we are too. We're intending to be here for the next 50 years. The last thing we're going to do is alienate the town and get the inspectors down there, every week or so, seeing what we're doing. We're just not interested in doing that. That's not what this property is for.
Okay, so there's no washing trucks on site?
Nope. No, we may, do the soap and water, wash the pickup truck, that kind of thing. We're gonna set up that's gonna be in the maintenance, inside the maintenance building that's gonna be for that, for taking the salt off, that kind of thing, winter, but not hosing down and cleaning dump trucks. That's what the subcontractors need to do on their own, on site.
Okay. I want to go through my questions. A lot of them were answered already.
Okay, cool.
Let's see. So for hands-on training, you mentioned one had to do with hydraulics training.
Right.
That's not with any hydraulic fluid or anything in the
no,
admin building.
That's simply for, you need to take a test with the state of Massachusetts in order to get your hydraulics license. And we'll be utilizing the computer room to basically teach them how to take a test. As you can imagine, a lot of our workers come work for us because we dig holes and fill them back in. We're not hiring people that are proficient at taking tests. That's why we do what we do. So basically, a lot of our training in there, I shouldn't say a lot, but a fair amount of our training is training guys how to take tests. And the hydraulics test, the CDL test is all All that you have to do in order to pass the written tests or now computer tests in order to obtain your license.
Mhm.
So there'll be no hydraulics going on. There's no fluid in there, and nothing along those lines.
Okay.
If I may, as a point of clarification, when people talk about hydraulics tests or hydraulics examinations, it's actually a Massachusetts registered hoisting license, which allows you to use hydraulic equipment to hoist things up and down. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, but it's a hydraulic license is almost kind of a misnomer. It's more of a hoisting license where operators are licensed by the state.
That's correct.
Okay.
Anything
One
else?
question I had was for Fred, and maybe it's something you have to ask Attorney Dineski, I'm not sure. But when I look at the use variance for the groundwater, it was for the maintenance facility on the groundwater. So does there have to be a special permit to allow the contractor yard in the groundwater?
I think they already applied for that, didn't they, earlier?
I believe that the variance was granted was to allow them to operate the contractor's yard on the site and the accessory portion of the contractor's yard that might spill over into the groundwater one, but all the maintenance building would be for anything that might have any toxic or hazardous materials, and that was stipulated in the variance that it all be contained within cabinets within the maintenance building. I don't believe there's any other special permit from groundwater required. They were given the variance to perform the use that they want. What they're looking for now is a special permit for the contractor's yard on the site and then the site plan approval.
Yep.
Okay, when I read the variance though with the decision, it says a variance to allow the accessory use of automotive repair on the property located at 200 Bartlett Street,
But not the contractor's yard.
but not the contractor's yard. So I didn't know. And I think in Bob's original interpretation, it said it would need a variance for the maintenance on the groundwater and then a special permit for the contractor yard on the groundwater. I just think, I didn't know if that was something you just might want to check.
I can check that, but I believe it's the special permit for the contractor's yard that they need to get from the planning board. But the special permit for the operation of the business within the groundwater area was already afforded to them by the variance.
But the
That's
variance is
That's the
only.
way I understood it.
Okay, so I guess our question would be maybe for council is if the variance was for the maintenance, not the contractor's yard, does that variance actually cover the special permit required for the contractor's yard? Because the one's in groundwater 3, one's in groundwater 1. I don't know, is that transferable? I'm not sure. I'm a
So
little
it was-
confused too.
It was my understanding that the variance covered the truck maintenance and the maintenance that was happening, and that the planning board was issuing the special permit for the contractor's yard for their entire site, as well as site plan review.
But you need
Yeah.
a special permit to operate on groundwater 3 for the contractor's yard, right?
Yeah, in both districts, I think.
So then you don't have it in one, I mean, maybe it's fine. I had the same thing that sort of.
Bob, can you shed a light on that? Because I think we got the relief that we needed from the zoning board of appeals, and now we're getting it, we've applied for it and getting it for the planning board.
Right, I mean, it's, the special permit is in a groundwater district. And in the industrial district is all through the planning board. The
Yep.
variance was for the accessory use in the groundwater.
So we're doing for a special permit for the use, the site plan, and a special permit for the contractor yard in the groundwater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I would like to discuss that further with Bob and maybe town council, because that's not the way I understood it. I understood that, because that would require review by the groundwater advisory committee, which is not what was anticipated. So I believe that the contractor's yard is not called out in the groundwater bylaw, but the accessory use of the maintenance portion of the use is not allowed without a special permit or a variance in the groundwater, and that's what they got the variance from. So what I
That's
believe is that they're getting, they've applied for from you, and I believe it's appropriately so, is a special permit to operate a contractor's yard in this area, and a site plan approval because there's more than 10 parking spaces and they're occupying the site, they're reusing the site. So it's a special permit for a contractor's yard and site plan approval. And the variance from the ZBA with respect to the groundwater covered the use and the accessory use of the whole site. That was my understanding, and I will clarify it more if need be at the next meeting.
Yeah, I think the way the decision reads is a variance to allow the accessory use of automobile repair on groundwater 1 and 3. It doesn't mention the use of a contractor on groundwater 1 and 3.
I believe it doesn't need to. See, the contractor's yard is not the issue. It's the maintenance that's specifically called out in the groundwater portion of the bylaw. But again, I'll review it with Bob and town council and make sure that it's crystal clear to everyone. But my understanding was they're not going back to groundwater. They got what they need from the ZBA. It's now the site plan that we're looking at. And the maintenance that's required for them to operate the business that's accessory to the contractor's yard is what they needed relief from the ZBA for.
So if it was just a contractor yard that came into groundwater 1 and 3, it would need a variance too. Like, I think the decision was supposed to probably state both the automotive repair and the contractor yard.
No, I thought that the contractor's yard just required a special permit from the planning board and not a variance.
No, it doesn't need a
That's what
variance.
I thought as well. Contractor's yard by special permit.
Correct.
Right, but what about in groundwater?
If you're in groundwater, you need a special permit
Correct.
for groundwater as well. So if you don't have the variance for the contractor's yard, you need the special permit. You only have the variance for the maintenance. That's how I interpret it. So I guess we'll get to the bottom of it, but that's, I guess, the question of the time
Just to
being.
make sure going forward what we're approving, yeah.
I do have questions on something else that, the contamination that was there and what, if you could just discuss that a little bit more about what that was and what needs to be done or what will be done.
So, yeah, I can discuss that. It gets a little confusing. And it gets confusing because of DEP's interpretation at the time. So this was used as a circuit facility, Bay State circuits, back in the 80s or 70s. And there was contamination because they used a leach field at the time. And it was cleaned up in so the discharges were discontinued in October of 1987. It was cleaned up between 1987 and 2009. And what happened during that time is even though zoning has it in a groundwater district, there was a town well that I believe was off of Lyman Street. And that well was discontinued. And so the licensed site professional who was doing the cleanup at the time was informed that because that well was discontinued, that it didn't need to be cleaned up to drinking water standards. But what happened is because DEP then made another determination that, and it had nothing to do with the site, but it's just a determination sort of statewide, that if you're in a groundwater protection district under local zoning, even if the public well has been discontinued, that you still have to clean up a site to drinking water standards. And so what happened is when this site was originally cleaned up, it was cleaned up to non-drinking water standards, which is significantly, drinking water standards requires it needs to be cleaned up a lot more than if it's non-drinking water standards. And so when we started looking at the site and we had our own LS licensed site professional look at it, they said, and I brought to their attention that this was a zoning issue too. They said, well, it probably, we had some test results, and the test results showed that a couple of the wells, the concentrations were not to drinking water standards, that they're still quite safe, but they're not safe for drinking water standards. So when Devereaux buys the property, Devereaux's going to have to monitor those wells, because LSP has said that because the cleanup has already been done, that it will naturally get to a drinking water standard, but it has to be monitored in order to get there.
Interesting. So, but they're not used wells at this point anyway.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct. The leaching field's gone.
Okay.
The wells are just there for monitoring. That's one of the reasons why the septic system was relocated to where it was. The Conservation Commission had a question about roof drains in the Lammy's Automotive site and behind the Devereaux Administrative Building, as shown on the site plan. And because the contamination is very deep, that the roof drains were found to be fine. But we're staying away from doing anything in any of the areas that were impacted by the prior leach fields. But those are no longer in existence, and that use had ceased a long time ago.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
I had
Okay,
one more
but-
question.
Sure, go ahead.
Will there be any fueling on site?
I don't
No.
believe so. There's no fuel tanks or anything.
Okay,
And we don't plan on doing that at all.
okay. That was
Okay.
all I had.
Okay, just a couple of questions for me. So as it relates to parking, so how many spots are you proposing for parking?
106.
Is it the 104?
4, yeah. I can pull up this, if you pull up the site plan, I think we have it on there.
Okay, I just wasn't sure what all the different numbers. So, well, I guess my question is, while you're pulling that up, is how, did you say you're having 140 trailers or 104 trailers?
Hold on, here we go. I'm not sure how many trailers they have on site. We sized this. Oh, Gary, you want to just let me share my screen? I'll just jump over to the site plan.
Okay, yeah, and we don't have 104 trailers. We have 104 total parking spaces.
Yep.
We're not even close to 104 trailers, and
Oh, okay, I must have misunderstood. For some reason, I had a note here that you were gonna have 140 trailers, like if there was some sort of.
no, not even close. He showed all the trailers in the one little section in the middle.
Yeah, I think, Carrie, you got that from me, because that's how many trailers we have throughout our entire company.
Oh,
is,
okay.
Trailers. So I misled you with that, and I apologize for that, but.
No,
yeah.
not at all. I just wrote it down, and sometimes I gotta think back to why I wrote it. Let's see, the peak question, I did have we already talked about the peak hours. So hours of operation are the 7 to 4. You had, okay, so 104, that's fine. I don't know if it was something that I saw before along the way. Is there, do you set up a staging area as well where there's digging and piles of dirt and all of that, like as part of training? I can swear I saw this at some point.
Yeah, down near the infiltration basin, there's a small area, right where that cursor just was, right in that area. That's gonna be a mock street. And what we're gonna do there when we develop the site, we're gonna bury some piping underneath there. Our mark out guys need to know how to locate things below ground. That's what they do and paint the lines, those obnoxious lines that everyone sees, the different colors. It's also an area where we'll be able to teach the guys how to use some of the street cleaning equipment, and it's a general hands-on area, and that's where we're going to propose to do that off to the side there. We're not exactly sure, what exactly we're going to end up doing there. I'm going to work with my training guys. We're going to put a curbing in there. We might put a street sign, to, kind of mock a regular street to give the guys a real feel for hands-on. And that's really what we want to do with the hands-on training here, is get it a lot closer to what they're going to see out in the field. And that's where you got that from.
So is there like digging into the ground and piles of dirt, or is that just, what does that look like? I'm just wondering, is that gonna be a big mound of dirt there that,
No, if we are probably going to have a strip of area that we will be digging, but if we do that, it's going to be 10, 15 feet, and we're going to be doing what we do during the course of the day. We're going to be digging it up, make sure the guys don't rip into what we've buried below ground, and then we're going to fill it back in, compact it, and we're literally going to pave it every time we do that, or put a piece of steel plate over the top of it so that it doesn't turn to mud on us, that kind of thing. But that's what we're going to utilize it for. And right now, I'm not sure exactly if we're actually going to go that far, but that's kind of what we're proposing to do in that area.
okay, and I guess, Anthony, was that part of groundwater discussion as well, or Fred? Does that create any variables or no?
No, I don't think so. I need to look at the details on that a little bit closer. It may be something we want to move to a different location, so it's not in the groundwater one area, but they're not burying anything that's toxic or hazardous. They might have a backhoe, but that's about it. There's no toxic or hazardous material. So I'm not sure it'd be a problem, but it may be something to look at. Guess I'd like to see some more details on exactly how it would lay out and where it would be.
And additionally, this is Dario. The entire site is curbed as well. It's not curbed today, but it's all curbed to contain anything. If there was a spill, it can't get out to begin with. So the entire site will have a curb around it, kind of like a bathtub. It's a belt and suspenders thing, but it's what we're doing on the whole site. So if there was something, which we don't anticipate, but even if there was, it's still contained. It goes into the catch basins, and then we've got oil separators and everything else. If in fact there ever was some event, no different than any parking lot anywhere, in the city, we did go kind of above and beyond with that as well.
I
And
think, Jerry, I'm sorry, Carrie.
No, go right ahead.
I think that what Carrie was alluding to was that if there's digging going on and there's a spill within the trench that's below the pavement and below the curbing, that it could get directly into the gravel and the groundwater. That's what we'd be concerned about. So it's not so much the parking lot is curbed and the pavement is appropriate. It's this digging area that would not be held within the confines of the curbing. So I just need to see a few more details on that and maybe talk about a different location if necessary.
Mhm. The other question I had was related to, so Laramie's Automotive is continuing to operate there. So do they use projections, whether estimated employees or traffic, does that include what their business brings in as well, or is that a separate piece?
So I can speak a little bit for the traffic. It's not included in the trip generation numbers that you saw, but we did a count of the existing driveway, and so it would be included in that, and then those numbers were added on top of it.
Okay, and then an employee, this may not be your wheelhouse, Corinne, but in terms of employee numbers, does that include Laramie or is that separate? And also I'd ask hours of operation, are they the same? Are they also only operating 7 to 4 or are there different hours?
I can probably answer that. I believe Kevin's open at 8 and goes 8 to 5.
Okay.
And I didn't supply Corinne with anything from Lamy Automotive as far as employees.
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure that I understood that. Okay. A question came in from the fire chief about, it has addresses listed on the plans, which are wrong. Was that fixed? Or it looks like the addresses for the 3 buildings need to be cleaned up. This is best accomplished by staff. I don't know if that's been addressed yet.
Yeah, the plans show 200-220, and it should be 200-202. The Devereux Maintenance Building is 202. The Devereux Administrative is 200. I'm not sure what Lamy is, whether they're 200A I'm not sure what that's designated as.
So I'm thinking he cares more about if there's a fire, he needs to know which address belongs to who. So I don't know what his issue was for the 3 buildings need to be cleaned up. So it seemed beyond just the site plan addresses, something's going on there. I'm not clear on what that is. Maybe Fred, do you have any idea? Is there a problem there that needs to be? fixed?
Well, the problem is that the site plan said 200 to 220, and the building next door where A. Dewey Pile is located is 210.
Oh, okay.
So what the fire chief was suggesting is that staff work to determine what the building numbering should be for each of the plans, whether it's 200 A, B, and C, or 202, 200, 204, 206. It just can't go to 220 because the one next door is 210. They like to have an address for each building so they know what fire
Right.
building they're reporting to. That's all. It's a simple correction with the assessor's office.
Oh, okay, that's good. Did the police chief happen to review as well or no?
I did not see anything from the police chief.
Okay. Do you know if it went to him? I know there was a time where we weren't sending plans to him and then we agreed to send plans to him. And I don't know if that crossed over when Kathy left. Do you know if the chief received anything?
You know, I don't actually know if it got distributed to him or not, but I will reach out to him and see if he has any thoughts he wants to share.
Okay. So, and then in terms of looking at the typical plan versus max plan, I'm not sure how to, so if we approve the site plan, I assume we have to pick a path, like we would have to approve probably the maximum. I don't think, are they the same site plan exactly with just different numbers? Is it this,
So
everything?
Carrie, what we did here, just to answer that question, real simply, this is the max plan. This shows every single thing that we could possibly ever have here, and this is typically off hours. As Rick had alluded to, this is in the middle of winter when we're not working, or holidays when there's nobody on site. But that's why we have all the spaces is when we're not, and I say we, Deborah, when they're not in business, they have a spot to park this. So this happens in the winter and holidays when these vehicles aren't allowed to be on site working. During the normal operation, 9 months or depending on the weather of the year, the plan that you saw was typical, but we have to design the site for worst case. So if you came out here February 10th, this would be what would be here, but there'd be hardly anybody here because they're not working. But if you came out here in July, 90% of these things would be gone and there'd be 6 people here because that would be a big attendance here. Unless they're having a class, it would be 6 people plus the 6 or 8 that are attending the class.
Mhm.
So you get to see worst case and normal case, but we didn't want in the middle of February, what are all these trucks doing here? This is what you'd see in the middle of February, worst case, because this is everything that they would be working with out of this site, even though they wouldn't be here.
Okay, so it's all about occupancy, not necessarily something's changed. There's like something on the site plans changed.
It's
Okay.
just, we're showing you the different timing between kids in school and kids out of school. How many kids are in the parking lot in the middle of summer? How many are there in the middle of fall?
Got it.
So
Okay.
you go to Algonquin, there's 9 cars there, in the summer, and there's 900 there in the middle of school year.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. That makes better
No problem.
sense. Okay, the other question, I think Millie's asked about it a little bit, and it sounds like in terms of the dump trucks, it sounds like you are again giving like a maximum worst case scenario, but you really felt like we're looking more at trucks being 2 on average, not 20 dump trucks coming in every day. Okay.
And quite honestly, that 2 might be overstating it. We may see 2 in a week come in and out of the site, simply because there's nothing there for the dump trucks, unless there's some kind of emergency or something happened out in the field. And again, I know it's hard because if you're not in the industry, and it's been tough trying to teach Dario and Vito and everybody else, not being in the industry to understand the complexities of it from one day to the next can be entirely different because of what's going on out in the street. So I understand your confusion. So feel free to continue to ask questions so you guys understand it. We'll all do what we can to, get it so you're on, or everybody's on the same page.
No, and I'm glad that you did provide that perspective, because it's good to see, what that upper boundary could be, because then as we think about this area and the traffic issues that we face that you mentioned before, I'm thinking, maybe we even consider some sort of, like, we've had applicants come back after X period of time, almost like what we've recently called a post-occupancy review, to figure out, okay, are we beyond that max boundary? And you've sort of given us what that max boundary would be, and that's really helpful. So thank you for that.
And I think, Carrie, also what's important is this max. They're not going in and out every day in the middle of the winter. They're just parked here waiting for the snow to melt so they can go back to work. So when they're here for a certain duration until they're allowed to work again. They're only here because we called a timeout and said, okay, there's no school, everybody go home. All right, where do we park the teachers' cars while everybody's gone? And so this isn't going out in every day. This is here when they're off season and need to shut things down and have a spot to park them. So this doesn't increase the traffic. It's just, all right, folks, we're going home for the winter. We can't work. Where do we put the vehicles? There's no job sites to work on. They park them here.
Yeah, that's very accurate, Dario, thank you.
Okay, great. I think that's all the questions I had. Fred or Bob, do you have any additional questions?
I do not at this time.
I've got nothing.
Okay, any additional board questions? Okay, this is a public hearing, so I will open up for a public comment. If anybody in the audience has a question, you can raise your hand and I will allow you to make your comment. Okay, I don't see any public comments at this time. So it looks like we will need to continue the hearing. But before we do, I'd like to settle on what we're looking for next time. So I think what I've accumulated here, Fred, we have a staff letter. We
Yes.
also have the question over the variance, and if it requires if the variance for the maintenance covered the special permit for the contractor's yard. The police chief, if he has anything for that. Michelle, was your dumpster question addressed, or do we need to see something for that?
I think he said that he would put some screening on it, so I'm fine with it if you want to add it to the decision.
Okay.
I will add it as part of the staff review, give some guidance as to what screening we'd recommend.
Okay, great. And then also the question, Fred, you have some follow-up detail requested for the digging area.
Yes.
Is there anything else that the board is looking for at this time? Okay, so that appears to be the primary. I guess one thing we didn't talk about here is, and we can hold, since we're continuing, we can hold for next time. I assume it's part of your plan, like any sort of lighting. Did we cover? I don't think we covered that. I know you sent what is it, the photometric? What's it called? I think you sent the lighting.
Yeah, photometric plan it should be in there.
Yeah. So if there's anything you wanted to present on that, I do see it in here. Oh, I did have one more question for Dave for this beautiful waterfall. Is that there now, or is this waterfall coming, or is it there now?
You mean the one in the background for the other side of the street? I
Yeah.
did that instead of having the property that everybody's fighting over. I kind of figured that was a little kind of change of pace there.
So the beautiful waterfall is not in your landscaping plan?
No, that's the other side of the street, but I figured it was a nice little change of pace.
If it helps at all, we'll pay to put it in. If the town wants that, we have no problem in doing that. We'd like to have that view. We'd like the view to stay the way it is, quite frankly.
I thought it looked good.
It looks great. It looks great.
Okay, great. Anything, I think that was it as far as on my list. I don't see any other board members with items for that. So our next planning board date is March 15th. Does that leave enough time for what we're looking to come back with, or do we need additional time beyond that? In terms of Fred, what you need to do, or applicant, what you need to do?
Well, when I talked to Paula earlier today and explained to her that my review letter wasn't complete, I agreed to get her comments in time for her to revise the plans and address those comments. So I believe 2 weeks is enough, but I did want to talk to the board about their plans going forward with some other items. We do have a project that's going to come before you regarding a duplex on Hudson Street. And I think they're waiting I think the meeting in April.
Mhm.
We had discussed, but I'm not sure we confirmed the date for the public hearings for the zoning articles. We need to advertise 2 weeks before, and the ad has not gone in yet, so it can't be the March 15th date.
Oh, for the public hearing for the bylaws?
Yeah, so we need to do it after that, but clearly before town meeting. Also, you should know that the Board of Selectmen will be closing the warrant completely on March 14th, which is no. Yep, March 14th, I believe, yes.
So if something changes at the public hearing for the bylaws, what can we make, when does it go to print? When does the warrant go to print?
I believe that the point behind closing the warrant means that any changes made after the warrant's closed require changes on the floor of town meeting.
Okay. Well, either way, we won't, if we can't do if they're closing on the 14th, we would, even the 15th wouldn't make it.
Correct. We need to get some, they have a draft, they have the drafts of everything that we've done. They have a layout of all the warrant articles, and so I've assigned them numbers, but those numbers may change slightly in the next few weeks, but they will need the actual language that you're going to propose at town meeting for that 14th, which we're very close based on the discussion with town council earlier, I think.
Okay, all right, so let's settle then with this continued hearing, then afterwards we can figure out our bylaw hearing. So the 15th then would seem like a good time to continue this hearing.
It would.
Okay.
I
So-
will do my best to get the letter out in time for them to make changes. I'll work with them along the way with what's coming so they can anticipate them. I did have a discussion with Vito with some issues today that just jumped out at me when I was walking through the plans, but a complete letter will be coming forward.
Okay, so does the March 15th at 6 p.m. work for your team?
Yes. Yeah, Rick, that's fine with you, right? Yep.
Absolutely.
I have a quick question. While the lighting plan is up, can we just quickly, are there any like poles on the site, or are they all safety lighting around the building? Just while it's up.
Yeah, there are poles out in the parking area. You can see these kind of the blue areas out and then along the edges too. And then there's also wall packs along the building itself.
Okay, so how many poles are there? 1, 2, 3.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, it looks like. 10. Is that last one down there?
And none of the light spills over.
Right, yeah, everything was meant to be contained on site.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so then is there a motion to continue the public hearing for 200 Bartlett Street special permit for groundwater protection overlay district bylaw and special permit site plan approval to March 15th at 6 p.m.?
So moved.
Second?
Second,
Okay, all in favor, Amy,
Aye.
Anthony,
Hi.
Michelle,
Aye.
Millie,
aye.
and Carrie's an aye. Okay, great. We will see you back in a couple weeks. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, then for wrapping up, so then we really need to make sure, getting back to the conversation about how to handle the bylaws. So if we have changes come in from town council, so we asked him to draft a few different pieces. Is there anything that would make the board not comfortable with town council's language to use? Or, I mean, otherwise we'd have to schedule another meeting before the 14th.
I wonder if we tell him that, ask him if he can get it in a week and
Oh, that's
then
right.
if we see it and we're okay with it, then we don't have to schedule a meeting.
I think you still have to vote on it though, right?
Yeah. That's what I was trying to think. I think we would have to vote on it. So it sounds like we're gonna have to have a meeting before the 14th.
My recommendation is to schedule a meeting next Tuesday on the 8th. You also are looking for feedback from John Kadir's office with regards to, the staff input, and then you're looking for legal counsel's input. So,
Can Jim do next week? Like, do you think it can?
I believe I have a meeting scheduled that night, and I believe the webinar license is taken.
I actually have a meeting with groundwater on the 8th. I believe that our meeting is 7:30, and the reason Jim is not available, I believe the Board of Health is meeting at 6 o'clock
Oh.
that evening.
Can people do Thursday the 10th? Or in Jim and Fred and Bob?
I will
I
not
cannot.
be available on
I
the
cannot.
10th, and I know Jim is in class on Wednesdays and Thursdays, which is part of our whole hosting problems.
So then we meet on the 15th.
Okay.
That's a day
So
late.
we'd just be voting on it after the warrant's already closed. I guess we'd have to be pretty sure of where we stand. I mean, I guess we
I'll-
can do that. Yeah, go
I'll try to
ahead.
confirm with the town administrator if the language has to be approved by the planning board before the 14th, or if there's some flexibility, but I believe the way the schedule lays out is that it goes to the selectmen, they close the warrant, and then it goes to town council for review. So if there's minor changes that the town council proposes, I think we're okay. But if it's substantive changes that the board has about how the article is going to be worded, that may be problematic.
Okay, so then let's be as close as we possibly can here so that we understand where we're at across the board. So, and then Fred, we still haven't seen the floodplain either, but I'm assuming
That's with town council.
okay. So let's forget that for now. It seems like for the ones that we have, are there any bylaws? So we have to get back to the sign one, but has there been any bylaw that we reviewed tonight that we, aside from the piece where we're going to confirm with the town administrator about the composition of the committee and how to go about that, is there anything that we are, like the brewery, are we good with that? We picked at, nothing else in there is changing, we're good?
Yep.
Okay. Enforcement, we went through all the changes there. Are we good?
Yep.
Okay. And this doesn't mean you're voting yes for it. It just means like you think we're in a good spot. The moratorium one, we have that component to confirm with John. Other than that, is there anything on that bylaw that we're not close to being good on?
No, I think
No,
that
is that with town council? He was gonna look into the definition?
No, the next part's the definition. So for this is
Oh,
the
okay.
part, town council is providing language, and also, by the way, language on the enforcement, but I
Yep.
think we trust what he was going to do for, not trust, but we understood what he was doing for that. He's looking at that language component for the definitions to make sure we don't have an issue with non-conforming uses. Is everybody pretty confident that that language provided by council will be what we need?
Yep.
I am.
Okay. All the other ones, we've since decided we had no further questions. A couple of them are housekeeping. I can't think of anything from there that would carry forward as a problem. So that leaves the sign bylaw, which we need to get as close to the finish as possible now. So let me pull, Michelle, you had some changes you recommended. So let's see. Why don't we go through that? Before I share my screen, I'm going to go to the top.
And I had some changes after what town council, I just followed town council's advice on some changes.
Okay. Will you be, as we go through this, will you be able to flag what changed on your side, or will that be hard for you to look at both?
I think I can. I have it up here.
Okay, so I'm going to share Michelle's recommendations. Okay, so first we have Michelle's recommendation. Michelle, feel free to speak to any of these. Did you want to speak to any specific reason?
On this one, I think we should keep it the way it was, where it says, in there, it says, I think we should, actually, I'm trying to look around where this is. I think we should remove what Amy put in, which was except when displayed for commercial purposes. That's what I'm asking to be removed. Remove the highlighted section.
Okay. Isn't that helpful to the business if that's granted? It's an exception that gives them the right. Am I reading it wrong?
Well, it means that when you have a flag, it's for all the uses allowed as a flag. But if you decide you want to draw attention to your company and put like 20 flags in your front yard and have them 50 feet high and flapping or whatever, it's not really under what a flag is intended to be. So now you're trying to draw attention to your building just by adding flags because they're allowed, because they're a flag. So I guess what other towns do, and many towns do, is you're allowed to display your flags because a flag is meant to be for, to fly a flag. But if you're going to put up 20 flags, then you're really just using the flag to, to draw people that are driving by to say, hey, what's all those flags? I guess a flag is meant to be a flag and not
You're
an
talking
attraction.
about, Amy, are you talking about someone puts up 20 American flags and they shouldn't do that? Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's not the way. It's like, it's not supposed to be for commercial promotion. It's supposed to be because people are proud Americans and they fly a flag.
But this
I
doesn't
think
say quantity at all.
it's just commercial promotion.
What about a flag that just says open?
So is that allowed because it's commercial promotion?
I'd have to say no. Because you're trying to draw people into your commercial establishment.
Oh, so wait, it's not
So
commercial?
they're allowed,
They're allowed with this line.
right?
Not
Flags
if,
would
not
not
if
be
this
considered-
passes.
Well, flags would not be considered banners or otherwise signs for the purpose of the zoning bylaw, except when displayed.
So that's what I'm confused
could
about.
be
It sounds like
considered
that's giving them an out.
Have you properly differentiated banners and flags?
I think in the,
No, you
I
haven't.
didn't, but in the definition of flags. Which was where, Amy? There. Of a governmental jurisdiction.
That's town council. That it includes everything, whether it's military,
Oh,
USA. Again, it supposedly included everything. If you'd Google it.
Okay.
I mean, because I've seen some businesses that have flags that are, that they support, I don't know, maybe a Black Lives Matter or some movement.
That's
Would that
protected
be-
by the First Amendment.
Yeah, would that not be allowed?
No, it's allowed because it's protected by First Amendment. It's a political
Okay.
sign. It's a
Okay.
political flag or sign or whatever.
Sure.
During the election, I had, just as a backup story, I had several complaints from people who had Biden flags on their property, and I had a number of equal complaints that had Trump flags on their property. And they were adamant that I had to go take them down. And I said, absolutely not. I'm not
No.
going to screw with the First Amendment.
Right.
And they were both unhappy with me, and I sleep really well at night.
Sure. Yeah.
So Amy, to your Millie, to your question,
Yeah.
with regards to, as the zoning enforcement officer said, there are businesses in town that have flags that they put out that say open. It's not a banner, it's a flag, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when you add this in, I'm saying remove, except when displayed for the purpose of commercial use. I'm saying remove that sentence. But Amy wants to keep it in because she only wants to have American flags.
No, not only American flags, but there is a flag too that I saw in town that is on the side of a building and it says caffeine on it. Like, is that? I guess you can go both ways.
Is it a flag or a banner?
Well, it looks like a flag. It's an American flag. Well, had the stripes. I don't know if it's a real American flag, but it was a flag and it said caffeine on it.
If it looks like an American flag and it has the word caffeine on it, it is absolutely not an American flag.
Well, that's what I pictured as it's displayed for purpose of commercial promotion. And that was actually, this is what's used in many towns. It wasn't something I pulled out of a hat because, I wanted to. Was the definition of banners in many surrounding towns.
I'm still viewing this as a way that allows them, so it seems like this is helping, not hurting. Am I not reading it correctly? Shall not be considered, and except if it's for the purpose of commercial promotion, then it's allowed. Is that not helping?
So
I don't
think Bob
actually know
just-
why flags is under the banner, why that's even under banner.
Yeah.
It was under banner before. And I think it is in other towns too. I think flags and banners are similar. Not really, but
Do we just take flags out of here to not make any confusion, or does that make it worse?
I think you just take it out.
Because then we have a whole separate definition for flags.
Right.
And you remove C banner, so we any longer need it in there?
Nope.
but then where are flags allowed and not allowed? Is that? I mean, are all flags are just allowed?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess, well, here, flag, it says it has to be a government jurisdiction.
I don't know if I would agree with that though, because I mean, if somebody, I've seen some businesses that do have things like I had at one point just a French flag out there.
If it's a flag of a
Government.
nationality,
Yeah, yeah.
it's a governmental institution or jurisdiction, and that's
Okay.
allowed.
But another one that was like a French symbol, it was I don't know, something. I had it out there at one point, but also, I mean, if some people I have, they have a rainbow flag out, which, that's a message from their business.
It says used as a similar emblem.
It's, I mean, a rainbow flag or something like that could be argued both ways. It could be say, that we are LGBTQ friendly or an ally,
Right.
or it could be understood as a political
Affiliation.
emblem as well.
Yeah.
So, if you were to have a rainbow sign, I'm not going to touch it.
No.
Wait, so these are just the definitions though, not whether they're allowed or not allowed, correct? Is that where we are?
Well, you have to be careful when you're writing definitions because a lot of these are you shall or shall not. And if you go back to the banner sign, it's talking about restricting the types of flags. So it is common to have in the definition area, requirements where you either have to or you cannot do something. That's why the definitions are so important. I see it all the time in the building codes that we work with, is that the definitions very often have that restriction or that allowance that says, aha, I got it, you know? So you've got to be very, very deliberate in the, I'm sorry, it's late, in the definitions. And, you know, you have to be very clear, because that's where everybody starts.
Okay, so what do we want to do? What's this board sentiment on this one?
Well, further down, the flag says no longer referring to banner.
Right.
So I would go back up to banner and take out the flag setup, the flag line.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, how
And
does
if you
everybody?
have, and if you have anything to say about flags themselves, put it under the flag definition.
Mm-hmm.
How do we feel about that? We're taking flags out of here in total. Now that we no longer reference it, does it still belong in this section?
The other thing I just want to point out, and this might be getting into the weeds, it says flags properly displayed.
Yeah.
The United States Code has very specific requirements in terms of how to display the American flag. Properly displayed means we're also policing, or somebody could ask a legitimate question, well, if it's an American flag, is it properly displayed?
Hmm.
I would just say, quote, properly displayed, just take that out.
I don't mind taking the whole sentence out if it's, you know, I'm not, you know, if it causes confusion.
Anthony, thoughts from you?
Yeah, I'm confused. So,
It is late. And I guess since we have a definition under flag, maybe it doesn't have to be under banner.
That may be the confusing part.
I don't think it
Yeah.
belongs there.
Yeah. Okay.
And
So
I
you
do
should
agree
just
with,
have.
oh, sorry.
Sorry. You should just have a banner sign as a temporary sign intended to be hung, either with or without frames, possessing characters, letters, illustrators, or ornamentations applied to the paper, plastic, or fabric of any kind.
And get
Period.
rid of flags. Okay.
But you can't delete the national flag stuff because that is part of the bylaw, because you have to cross that part out anyways. You know, it was originally there.
Wait, so this is,
Well, but if we're changing
But when you
flags
do,
that say
when
see
you do the
banners, it was
bylaw
there
change,
because
you
there was
have to have
nothing
the
under flag.
strikeout. When you do the
Oh.
bylaw change, though, you have to have the
oh,
strikeout.
yes,
Oh,
okay.
yes, I see what you're
yeah.
saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
But you can get rid of the state municipal flag underline part because that was added at a different time. Like anything underlined, you can get rid of because that was what is new.
I don't even see where you're talking. Oh,
So then flags properly was
properly,
new?
yeah.
But then that doesn't make sense because how did this sentence start?
No,
Okay.
I'd take that out. Because that was added. So flags properly displayed should not be considered as banners like that.
yeah,
I'm pretty sure. I've got the zoning
yeah, I
bylaw.
don't think you need that at all.
Well, let's see. I'm gonna make sure it wasn't there before.
It
That would-
wasn't, I'm just
No,
looking
but
now.
You
I just
might
read it
imply the
now.
opposite, that flags improperly displayed would be considered banners. Just kidding, really.
All right, so I'm gonna delete this. I'm looking at the bylaw right now and it ends at the word section.
Okay.
And delete. All right, so this is set. Okay, that will need to stay because it's getting deleted. Moving along. Okay, the next suggestion is to remove the word steady and language after the word source. So it'd be which is shielded and directly. Okay, so Michelle, anything on this one? Any thoughts behind this one?
Yeah, so it makes sense that you would say an externally illuminated sign is a sign which utilizes an external and stationary light source, which is shielded. But the word steady doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. Did you put that in there, Amy?
Yep, there was no definition for externally illuminated sign. I took that
But
from
I
other
don't know
towns.
why, I understand, I guess, why the word steady was in.
It's probably for non-blinking.
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't want flashing signs.
I think you take care of that later in the bylaw as a definition of not being allowed. So I would err on the side of Bob as just, I didn't understand why you'd put the word steady in there.
Is
Right.
blinking covered elsewhere?
We do have, under the prohibited signs or prohibitions, any sign that moves, flashes or things like that. So flashing, you know, whether it's a blinking light or strobes or a rotary thing like off the fire truck or something like that, you know, but those aren't allowed. I mean, they cause a safety hazard off the side of the road.
Okay.
So, you know, a steady external, you know, external is fine. Steady, I think it's redundant. We already have that covered. Stationary light source is fine because this the light itself has to stay in one spot. That's fine, you know, which is shielded and directed solely at the sign. I'm okay with that too. But you don't, I don't think you necessarily need steady.
Okay, so Michelle, does that, if Bob's okay with the language after the word source, is that something that,
I'm fine with that. It's just the word steady.
okay, do board members have an objection to removing steady? Understanding that it's covered elsewhere in the bylaw?
As long as we definitely don't get blinking lights. I'll
Okay.
come back and say, hey, we discussed that
All right,
because it is distracting.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
externally illuminated signs are allowed in residential, so people probably don't want strobe lights.
so I don't know, is this, Michelle, that's not you. You're red only, Michelle?
So you want to go back up to flag because you haven't finished that yet, right? So flag is, you've defined what a flag is. And it can be used as the symbol or an emblem of a government jurisdiction. It still doesn't answer the question that you had is what if someone puts a flag out there? Right? So I'm assuming, Bob, let me ask you this question. If someone puts a flag out, like Millie said, with a, you know, French symbol and open, is that allowed under this flag definition that's been created?
Under this one right here,
Yes. Because this is the only definition now that we have for flags.
no, because the definition talks about it's a piece of cloth or similar, attachable by one edge to a pole or rope and uses the symbol or emblem of a government jurisdiction. So if you've got an open sign with, say, just a fleur-de-lis,
Right.
which is kind of a French symbol, but it's not part of their governmental jurisdiction,
Right.
I'd probably have to say no.
Right, so it
Because-
goes back to where I was thinking, businesses use flags to say open, so how do you put language in there that says open?
You-
Or,
you
so
could-
that's why before would say for commercial use.
You could
Right.
say something, you know, flags used for you know, informational purposes, or, you know,
Wow.
flags such as open
Directional.
sale, you know, Mother's Day, if you're a florist, that type of thing. I'm not a very good wordsmither.
It really wasn't in there before.
Yeah, and like I've said before, I've seen it all over the place. You know, you see, you know, florists will hang a flag out, or, you know, if a bar is out there and they're having a special event, say with, I don't know, Cinco de Mayo or something like that. You know, if they want to hang it for a day or two, you know, I don't necessarily have an issue with that personally, but you got to find a way to, you know, if that's what you want to allow, you got to find a way to state it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so previously we were just, not to go back to banner again, but we
Yeah.
were saying only see banner, that was it.
Right.
And in banner, we only defined it as this. So if we were to copy, this wouldn't even help us if we were to copy and paste what was previously referenced for flags.
Right.
No.
Okay,
So it wasn't allowed to begin with. Now it's the same, but at the very end of the bylaw, down under permit not required, under K9, it says non-commercial message. And it talks about opening closed signs are subject to the approval of the building inspector. So maybe it wasn't considered a flag before, but if you go all the way down to the bottom,
oh, right,
Well,
so
it's-
K, go ahead.
It's kind of like a flag on a flag on as a sign, open, open house, Mother's Day special, Cinco de Mayo, margarita specials, whatever.
But wait, in K5, you allow flags and any insignia of, and I'm sorry, flags and insignia of any government, except when it's displayed as a commercial promotion. So we do
Right.
allow it by permit, or permit not required, I mean.
yep.
So, okay, so where
But
is
that's already
that?
there. But then if you go down to 9, it talks about opening closed signs.
That's right.
it's-
So, okay.
So that's, I think, where it's always been allowed and it still is allowed. And it
So,
says
I
it's
mean-
subject to the approval of the building inspector.
So Bob, you get to look at any non-commercial message. So it's labeled as non-commercial messages. And by the way, I'm on page 7. What is that? That's a weird page. 106.1.
Yeah.
A non-commercial message. So that's nonprofit signs, signs which display no commercial message, open and close signs. So all of that is, you have the ability to waive.
Wait, where is this?
It's on K, all of K actually, for permit not required. It's 7/106, and then looks like another page was jammed in, 106.1.
That's weird.
And
that
if you
it's over
scroll
there.
down, Carrie, it would be in the bylaw you have up on the screen.
Oh, okay.
That's weird. Oh, okay.
Okay, okay.
Ha
Not all the way down
Here we
though.
are. Yeah,
Yeah, there it is.
non-commercial message. The flags.
What you could do, go to non-commercial message, which is 9. You could say, non-commercial message, because they talk about open and closed or similar type of sign. You could also say flags.
Yep.
Displaying this type of messages are allowed.
Yep.
Because it lists, I'm gonna go back. Yeah, don't go away from it.
All right, I'm just gonna show that it's the message before it opens it up to it being allowed. I just want to make sure if this covers what you're trying to say. So
Okay.
all of this under K is permit not required.
Right.
So do not require a permit from you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And if you go to go back to 9 and just add okay, now
After opening closed sign, you can put in parentheses, including flags, open and closed flags. I don't know.
yeah, although if you go to number 5, it says
Yeah,
flags
yeah.
and insignia of any government except when displayed in connection with a commercial promotion. I'm thinking if you take except when displayed in connection with commercial promotion.
That was there before though.
Yeah,
Right
that was
now.
there before. Yeah, we're just trying to, if I'm not mistaken, we're just trying to find a way to allow flags that, say open, closed, special for a day or something like that. Maybe you want to take except when displayed in connection with commercial promotion out
But
And
do you want the ability to permit that though, Bob? This takes away your ability to do that if we delete
um,
it.
usually the flags, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't say you can't do it, you just need a permit. I think I'm okay with that. But I think if we go back down to 9 and say, flags which, show no commercial message, okay? You know what, you could do signs and flags
Yeah.
which display no commercial message.
Okay, should that be
Okay.
or flags?
And then open and closed signs and flag.
So would the caffeine flag be allowed?
Keep going. And where it says open and closed signs and flags. Signs or flags, yeah,
Okay,
and just leave it at that. And I think you've got it.
okay, and then cut this out.
No,
No,
I'd leave that there.
keep that one, because if it's with a commercial promotion, they may want to have something up for, a period of days. And that way we can limit how many days they're up there.
Okay. All right, I'm going back then, so this is a long scroll. Okay, so back to the issue at hand.
So
We-
Bob, can I just ask for clarification? So
Yeah.
number 9 takes it, if you've got an open and close, right? They can
Yeah.
go up daily, open, close.
Yeah.
Can be a banner or a flag,
Yeah.
right? Okay, we're back to like commercial, using it instead of a banner as a flag, like
Right.
Millie indicated, or like you said, what a florist would do,
Yeah.
or like say a restaurant might put out for a special holiday.
Yeah.
Where would that be allowed in this bylaw if a
I would-
business wanted to put a flag?
I would say it would be permitted under the flag.
Right, but your flag, your definition of a flag says it's only got to be a government thing. That's why I want to add for commercial use in there.
Yeah.
And
Well,
then you
it
can-
says, but except when displayed in connection. Oh, these are allowed or not allowed? They're not, oh, permit not required. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So does that mean that the permit would be well, oh, that's interesting. That's interestingly worded.
If you're hanging a flag to draw people in for a commercial purpose other than open, closed, open house, that sort of thing, I think having the ability to permit that would allow some sort of a timeline. Typically, it's kind of like a temporary sign, which
Yeah.
is 56 days out of a calendar year.
Mhm.
I think that would be reasonable.
Because if it's not like a government flag, it would be a banner, right? Because that's cloth.
Well, a flag is attached on one length of the material with a pole or a rope.
Mhm.
Okay, a banner is typically just a piece of canvas with 4 grommets in it, and you tie it to the side of the building, or you tape it to the side of the building, or something like that. So it's, a flag is a banner with a stick on it.
And what's the example of what this could be? If someone had open on it, that wouldn't fall under, open falls under non-permit needed.
Yeah, open or open house or something like that.
So what would a commercial promotion be on a flag? That would seem unusual.
Well, it would probably, if you've got, maybe, like if you drive by a Mexican restaurant and it's Cinco de Mayo, drink specials or something like that. It's kind of a grayish area in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that there'd be too many of the flags that are specifically designated for just a commercial promotion.
Yeah. I mean, and again, if they're putting out a flag that's other than open or open house or whatever, it's for a short amount of time.
Yeah,
Okay, so do we think this actually between this and K, are we covered?
I think so.
I hope so.
Okay. Okay,
Well,
oh,
we-
go ahead, Bob.
you can put it in and see how it works, and if it becomes an issue, we could always tweak it next year, but I hate to do that kind of can kicking.
Okay. Well, if the board feels good about it, and I think we sorted through a couple of examples, then let's hope we can articulate that.
Yeah.
Okay, internally illuminated, remove the
Yeah.
area that's highlighted. Is there?
So the
some-
reason I put all these other things were put in here was because I think up until that point, you pretty much explain what an internally illuminated sign is. I'm not quite sure you need all of this other stuff here. And what if you're actually forgetting a technology as a technology changes? So for me, I just felt like it was more than what was needed. And that's why I just left it at that. I would err on the side of Bob, figuring, does he need to explain what an internally illuminated sign is? I think it's pretty evident what it is.
It's, in terms of internally versus externally, you've defined what an externally lit sign is. And an internally lit sign is opposite. It's got a light within a box of some type. And there's some sort of skin or canvas or fabric or, translucent plate, if you will, that the light shines through. That's an internally lit sign. One of the things when you talk about gas-filled luminous tubes, that includes neon
Yep.
and fluorescent.
Yep.
Because it's the same principle. Drive a lot of voltage through a gas and it glows.
Okay, Amy, is there a reason that you thought this was important to add?
No, I just brought it forth because that's what other towns did. So that's when I originally brought through externally and internally. I just went out to like 5 or 10 towns and I took the definition that the majority of them used, and that's why I brought it forward.
So for clarification, would neon signs be allowed if we took out this part and highlight? Or you're saying, Bob, it's actually covered already by this definition, and whether it's neon or regular lights or
Well,
no matter
neon,
what?
neon signs on their own, which has the gas tubes exposed to the outside, that's a neon sign, okay? But you can use a neon glass tube on the interior of the cabinet enclosure to use it as a light source to allow the light to pass through the translucent plate, if you will. So, we've already kind of outlawed, unless it's pre-existing, neon signs. Okay. And this doesn't necessarily address neon signs as we conventionally know it. It's not like the big Coney Island sign in Worcester.
Did you have to note the letters though? Because there are some places that it's just the letter and I don't know, I'm just reading it again. Because
Just
it
the letter.
says like you can light up, say you write Amy's Cafe, the Amy could be lit up as just a letter, but it's not a translucent panel.
Well, what it is, what you can do is what's called a box sign or a channel sign,
Yep.
where the individual names, the letters like Amy, AMY,
Yep.
is in its own little unit. The letter A is its own
Yep.
internally lit sign. Okay, so it has a light source on the inside. There's a cabinet that surrounds the whole thing, and it's got say a red filter on it. So when it lights up, it's the red A. That's not a problem. That's a very common requirement in a lot of shopping malls. To try to get them away from the real flat, boring signs. They want a little bit of 3D. They want a little bit of channel letters. They can, be a little more artsy with the design. But that's not for here. I think what you have is fine.
When
Okay.
if we're gonna take out the last part, do we take out the internally illuminated signs included translucent panels? So it's not specific. Is it just a sign that is illuminated by a light source internal to the sign? And
Well,
just
it's,
stop it there.
well, anytime you have a light source inside of a box, you need to
Mhm.
have some sort of a panel. Okay, and that panel is going to be translucent, whether it has a store logo on it or whether it has just the letter A, you know, with a bunch more of those boxes lined up on the wall.
Mhm.
Know what I'm saying? So I think that signs which utilize translucent panels, I think that's appropriate,
Okay.
you know?
Yep,
'Cause-
you're the one
because
who
it-
has to.
Because it means that the light source is confined to the inside of the box and you don't see the light source from the viewing side.
Mhm.
Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, so I'm like I said, I'm okay with as it is in the current, as it is currently.
Okay, so wait, this didn't exist, so this is a new definition, right?
Yeah, it's new.
Okay, so how does the board feel about, do we cut out from here or do we keep it? Thoughts on that?
I mean, since it says utilize translucent panels, what if it was canvas or fabric, or would it matter?
You're
I don't
not
know
likely,
who would have a fabric sign outside, but
yeah, you're not likely to have an internally lit canvas or fabric. Because, you know, a lot of these, first of all, it's not going to stand up well to UV radiation and the lighting and the elements. Second of all, those light sources inside of a light cabinet generate a lot of heat. And, you know, you're either going to wear it out, the material, or you're going to burn it.
Mhm.
And the other thing is, when it comes to light boxes with internally lit signs, all of the electronics and actually the box itself has to be UL listed. And I'm not sure if the UL listing agency would allow something other than like a hard plastic or an acrylic or a glass or something like that. I don't think that the UL agency would go for like canvas or fabric or, you know, portions of a sail or something like that. So and I, to be honest, I've never seen a internally lit sign that is made of a fabric,
Yep.
you know.
Okay, so is there a consensus to cut this last part?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay,
I just tried to bring forth internally and externally because we didn't have it, and that's why we discussed bringing it forth.
Well, you got in externally illuminated,
Yeah.
which is important.
Yep.
And you got internally illuminated, and you're basically opposites of each other.
Yep.
Which
No, I'm
would-
fine with it. There was
Yeah.
no real reason behind adding the other stuff. It was just I tried to pick out what other people did.
Mhm.
okay,
But I'm not, I'm not upset if we.
Yeah.
okay.
So, on the next one, which is 28 and 37, originally 37 had part of it, which was in including such a sign affixed to a parapet or to the lower slope of a gambrel or mansard roof. And then Amy took that out and then put it up under roof sign. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah, just a couple of things. A parapet is not a roof. A parapet is an extension of a wall surface, okay? A roof is a structure that sheds water and the elements away from whatever is underneath it. Okay, so I'll give you a case in point. Sammy's, the sub shop. Okay, I'm working with them and they're gonna go to the ZBA to get those signs approved. Those signs are actually mounted illegally on the roof. And it's the roof because if that part that they put it on sticks out and it protects anything underneath it from getting wet. Okay, So that is considered a roof. It's a mansard roof, but it's currently not allowed for signs, and they're gonna attempt to get a variance for it. And again, the parapet is an extension of a wall. Okay, most often seen in like Western movies where the front is, you know, has this different structure than the roof. And currently, no sign can be taller than either the parapet or the wall. Okay, and that's already in our regulations. So I would say that the roof sign, in terms of the yellow highlight, I would be okay with, I would understand the inclusion of the lower slope of a gambrel or mansard roof, because it is technically a roof. But the parapet is more of a wall element than it is a roof element.
Okay.
Interesting.
What does the board think about taking out just parapet?
Yep. I'm
Yep.
good with that.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah,
It's been very educational. Thank you.
I'm
both.
like, wow.
Including the lower slope. Okay. So Michelle, you had wanted to remove everything. Does that satisfy your concern here?
So Bob, are you okay with the lower slope of a gambrel and the mansard roof being added to that? What about
Yeah,
the lower slope of a gambrel?
yeah, lower slope of a gambrel or a mansard roof, because those are technically roof structures. And we already have a restriction about putting a sign on a roof. And there has been some discussion about the Sammy's structure, whether it is a roof or whether it's a wall or a mansard or whatever. And I had to explain to the owner and show him pictures out of the architectural books, the difference between a roof and a parapet or a wall, and showing him the different types of roofs, you know, a gambrel roof, mansard, gable, shed, you know, I mean, there's about a dozen different types of roofs. And we do have a few structures in town that have this type of design. So I think having that as a clarifier, it's all right.
Okay.
Okay. Now, do we leave parapet under the wall section?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Amy, you had originally proposed removing this. Does that sound okay to
That's
you?
fine. Yep. But we have to leave,
On
then you
parapet?
cross out the other, yeah.
Yep, okay. All right, hold on here. How do I not do a cross out? I'm gonna have to read, how do I remember?
You have to accept changes or something, or
No,
it
it's in a
got tricky
PDF.
when there were so many people commenting, I know.
All right, well, this is in a it's in a PDF, so I'm editing in PDF, which isn't as
Oh.
friendly as a Word. So let's see, I'm gonna just give myself a note to remove strikeout, whoops. Sorry, it's going faster than I'm. Here we go. Period. Okay, and then I'll put that note there. Does this satisfy your concern, Michelle, based on our conversation we just had?
It does.
Okay. There we go. Okay, next we had.
Next has to do with compliance. So when you look at the compliance, the way it was before, we had, 3 conditions in the compliance, and Amy has now added it up to 6 conditions. And so here's my issue that goes back why I do think you create a problem, is that if there's a relettering on a sign, let's say there's an attorney who adds another partner or something, typically with Bob, they could say, or there's another, it becomes plural, partners or something. Typically with Bob, they could go and Bob would say, okay, you can change that. But right now, what you're saying is you have to comply totally with this new bylaw for something that's a simple change as adding, changing the relettering of a sign. And I just don't agree with that.
Well, the relettering of the new sign was already there, so I didn't add that. I just wrote any new sign shall comply with this bylaw, but that is kind of like a given. So and adding that sentence was just more like town council said, the belts and the suspenders. Like the relettering of a sign shall be equivalent to the erecting of a sign was already there.
But it's 4, 5, and 6. Because if it's non-conforming, you're gonna at that point say, you're changing one letter, you have to now conform.
Well, 4 is actually saying that if you're illegally there, then you're allowed to continue. So that actually isn't what you're saying. Number 5, non-conforming signs. I mean, every other town that I found, like I couldn't find any town that didn't have a non-conforming statement.
But what is a non-conforming sign?
Well, one that wouldn't meet the bylaw, right? Once it doesn't, if it doesn't meet the bylaw, isn't it non-conforming?
So like if you had, I don't know, what could you have right now that would be non-conforming? Illuminated. If you then went on to have an illuminated sign, you'd be, no, Bob, you don't like to say grandfathered. What do you say instead?
Well, I mean, nobody likes to use the term grandfathering anymore, but non-conforming is non-conforming, which means, it was a mistake to be there in the first place. I don't know.
No, non-conforming would be like, it was allowed and then it's not allowed because the bylaw changed. So say electronic signs were allowed, I'm just making this up as an example. So electronic signs are allowed in residential. And then we say no electronic signs in residential, then it's non-conforming.
Well, the state zoning code specifically talks about any non-conforming property or use legally permitted at the time. And if the zoning laws change since then, as long as that use or that structure is continued and maintained, it's allowed to stay. So, number 4 is, you could call it belt and suspenders, but that comes right down from the state. The other thing that I would recommend, if you're gonna keep this statement, is the last words that says may be continued if maintained. Okay, because one of the things about the continuation of non-conforming uses and structures is conditional upon the fact that it is maintained.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Non-conforming sign shall not be altered when redesigned or structurally altered. I guess that's okay. Non-conforming sign which is removed or abandoned for longer than 30 days. Well,
I think we changed that last time, but Michelle wasn't here. I think we said a non-conforming sign which is removed or abandoned or destroyed beyond repair, I think you said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
okay.
already have that it's in the sign bylaw. I forget exactly what section, but it talks about any sign that is obsolete, damaged, something like that, shall be removed. And if I deem it to be dangerous, I can write an order to have it removed. So, number 6 is kind of a understood. We already have about 2/3 of what you're saying currently in our bylaws. Okay. So, this stuff, non-conforming sign, support structure, I would say non-conforming, I would say probably pre-existing.
Add the word pre-existing, any
As
non-conforming.
opposed
pre-existing.
to non-conforming. I don't know. That might be a language thing, but these three are just kind of redundant because we already have it. Either through the state or through specific lines in the sign bylaw. Destroyed by more than 35%. That's a difficult calculation to make. But if it's destroyed, most sign companies won't repair a sign. They're just going to take it down, build a new one. It's cheaper to just put a new one up.
So, and Amy, is this one that you edited already from your side? Does this just say destroyed beyond repair now?
Yeah, we did that last month. Yeah, last meeting.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's destroyed beyond repair, typically I would get either a phone call or an application for the new sign from the sign company, because they're the ones that are going to kind of make that call.
Yeah.
If a sign is damaged, they're going to say, okay, it's going to cost me $600 to fix it. It's going to cost me $700 for a brand new sign. They're going to put a new sign up.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's take it from the top. So in this one, this was actually already here. So where Michelle, is your issue with this line that any new sign shall comply with this bylaw?
Yes.
Okay, other board members' sentiments on this one?
I mean, does it really change
Well-
anything, Bob? Isn't any new sign have to comply with the bylaw anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was just kind of like belts and suspenders, like town council said, just because, I don't know.
I think any new sign has its own regulations anyways.
Well, it does. I mean, anytime you get a permit app for a new sign, I look at the zone that it's in. I go through
Right.
the books and determine if it's the right size, if it's got the right square footage, if it's the right height off the ground, if it's, all those things that, roll into being an approved sign. So it's already there,
Yeah.
both in terms of language and in practice.
Okay, any thoughts on this? Do we want this last section?
That's fine. If it's already there, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so I like having a statement. I understand the point that we're covered anyway. I like the idea of having the non-conforming statement, and I also liked how we changed it. Bob, I liked your recommendation to change it if maintained.
Yeah.
And I liked how we changed it beyond repair. The only one I could see maybe not necessarily needing is 5 perhaps, but it would be nice to, I like something. I don't know how other board members feel.
What I would probably recommend is, I would say, instead of non-conforming, I would say pre-existing non-conforming.
I kind of think you need 5 too, if you're gonna put 4.
Are
5
they
and
hand in
6.
hand?
Yeah, I think they go hand in hand.
Is everybody okay with changing and to if?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, maintain. Sure.
I think that strengthens it. And this one was already changed, so I'm not gonna mess with it, but it was a non-conforming sign which is removed. Do you think pre-existing non-conforming for all of these?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not even, remember I said I was gonna look at mine side by side. I never did that.
Well, we know this one needs some changes.
What does it
Okay.
mean? What do you mean by a sign that's abandoned? What does the abandonment of a sign actually mean?
Well, if say a company goes out of business or they move out of town
Oh, okay.
and they leave the sign,
Yep, got it. Okay.
that's an abandoned sign.
Okay. Makes total sense.
Okay, so are these things Michelle, you obviously don't want to keep these items. Although Michelle, the first one, that did satisfy your concern, so that one's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I see the changes. I'll think about it. But I see the changes that you've made that I was not aware of.
Okay.
Okay.
So do you want me to, well, I guess
I mean, I'm happy that you say or destroyed beyond repair versus the percentage part, because that's very hard to measure. So I agree with Bob on that. I agree with maybe continued if maintained. And I need to think about number 5.
Okay. Any other board thoughts on?
I was just going through mine because I was supposed to go side by side with you. But underneath 19, a backup and definitions where we talked about internally illuminated sign. It's not on Michelle's, but when we made changes, Anthony was adding LED rope lights and it was just a definition. It's not on there because it's on mine. But he just added LED rope light, which is LED light linked together and encased in a PVC jacket to create a string of lights. Because Attorney Dineski said to add some definitions for what like an LED rope light was.
Okay, so that's something we did last time.
I think it might have been between last time and this time. It came back from town council's comments.
Okay,
Maybe I can pull it up after and show it if you want to see it.
sure. Okay, so just to get through this then,
Yeah.
changeable copy signs.
I changed that too for Attorney Dineski. I changed it to still being allowed changeable copy signs, but then at the bottom where you get extra square footage for changeable copy signs, I left that crossed out because if you're in downtown business and you're allowed 32 square feet of sign, it should be whether you have a regular sign or a changeable copy sign.
Mm-hmm.
Well, right now, you're allowed to have the 32 plus the 25.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And some of now in town, like they have the plus and then it's empty. Like I looked at all the other surrounding towns, and when you're downtown or Business East or Business West, you're allowed, say 40,000, not 40,000, you're allowed 40 square feet. And whether you want it to be electronic or you want it to be changeable or you want it to be whatever you want it to be, everybody was allowed the same size sign.
Mm-hmm.
So this way, we're still allowing changeable copy signs, but I was just taking out the extra, making these huge signs.
Yeah, some of, Amy, I don't know if in your research you found this out, but a lot of people who have a changeable copy sign, either as an EMC or a sign that's got manual letters, typically, if they have that type of sign on their establishment, they're not allowed to have a banner sign or a temporary sign. Because that changeable copy message takes the place of a banner sign or a special event sign or something like that, or even an A-frame out on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that was a big discussion point when Mose went in. Because he's got an EMC.
Yep.
And I think a big part of it, and I don't remember, but I think he was not allowed to have like a banner or something like that, because he has the changeable sign. And by nature, it can be used as a banner.
Yep.
You know, temporary
Right.
promotion, temporary sale, you know, special event, you know, happy 4th of July and whatever.
But I don't think that changes because our banner says that anybody can have a banner sign.
Right.
Temporary for 56 days. Like there's no bylaw that says if you have an changeable copy sign, you can't have a banner sign.
Right.
Okay, so this is, Michelle, looks like you wanted this to be changed to allowed, and that's what has been proposed. So does that satisfy your concern here?
That satisfies my concern.
Yeah, it goes back to the way it was.
Okay,
But we had already, I had already done that.
okay. And then,
So the next one is number 12, which is electronic message centers. So one of the reasons is I think they should take out the no use variance allowed. And I even saw this in an article in Westboro where they understand the future of signage is these electronic message centers. It's because you added every single district in town, including your industrial districts. And in some cases, the town of Westboro is using it in their industrial districts that are on their highways. They actually saw it as a part of the future, and they saw it was that businesses wanted and that there was a place for it. So I understand where you're prohibiting it, but if it's the appropriate place and a use variance is allowed for it, then they can get relief from the ZBA. And that's where I think that should be removed.
We actually do allow it in the highway district. It's just like Westboro and Southboro.
Well, that's a highway, but you have some industrial districts that are but highways as well.
So we also have a bylaw out there that's getting rid of use variances, so that may,
Right.
depending on if it passes. Okay, and for the next one, just to make sure, it looks like a similar issue, or you don't like this entire number 13?
We
I
took
don't
out the
like
plastic and vinyl last time.
I'm sorry, say that again?
When you weren't here, we took out the plastic or vinyl.
Oh, okay. So again, it goes back to the use variances because you're not allowing any relief for a business. And like, as I said from the very beginning, when we started looking at the sign bylaws, I am not as opposed to internally illuminated signs as other members of the boards are. I'm just not opposed to it. I think it's a style. I think as many people who like illuminated signs internally like the externally. I think it's just a style issue. So for that, that was added in. I'm opposed to it, but even if somebody wanted a relief from it, you're not even allowing them relief.
Okay, and then just while we're here, this one I think changed, the LED rope, number 14, did that change?
It did.
Okay, so what LED rope now is,
I wonder if I should bring up mine because I have mine. That section is right.
oh, there's more than that that's incorrect?
Yeah, there's one thing that I added.
Okay, so hold on, I'll stop sharing then.
Where's all this? I just want to make sure I get the right one. Get to the right place. Okay. Can you see it? Can you see the sign bylaw?
I can see it. It's a little hard to read though.
What does it look like? I can see it perfectly, so I don't know. Why
I
is
see
it
it
hard?
fine.
Just all the different colors of things. You have red lighting with red highlighting too.
Oh, that's because of the comments on the side.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you see it at all? Should I get rid of comments?
No, I mean, I can see it. I can just, it's,
Okay, so for 13, this is what Michelle had talked about, but we had changed it before, internally illuminated signs, and got rid of any kind of sign made out of plastic or vinyl are specifically prohibited in downtown. And then we got rid of the LED rope string lighting and changed it to this or something similar. LED rope string lighting or strip lighting must be white light, and static color or flashing lights are prohibited. But that was added for discussion. Like, we haven't discussed that yet. And number 15 too. In addition to the regulations in this section, section 709-020D 2 shall also apply to signs in the downtown business east, business west, and business south. And that's because that section actually includes sign regulations.
yeah.
But because it's not pointing there, I guess we don't go there.
Right.
And it's kind of missed. It's kind of stuck randomly in the book under site design. So I thought this is just a belts and suspenders too, like Attorney Dineski said, where it's already in the bylaw that you have to do 709-020, but it's just pointing to it in the signs because it has to do with signs.
Right.
Does anybody want to go to that page, or do they agree, or?
Yeah, I think we saw it. Once it-
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, so it sounds like, Michelle, your real issue for the first two are the no use variance allowed, or is there something else about, see, the way 13 is edited, does that make that better, except for the no use variance allowed?
what I'm saying is it doesn't allow for any relief, right?
Right.
So even if you guys are gonna go forward with eliminating the use variances, you could allow in their language in the use variances for relief for signs. In the current use variance, you could allow, it's for dimensional and density, you could add language in there for use variances allowed for signage.
One of the comments Attorney Janeski said when I asked, is a use variance allowed for a sign? Because it's not really a use. And he said he could possibly see that, but you know, he could see that, but it would have to meet the criteria that you need for a variance, which is shape of the property, the soil, the land. So although he could possibly see a use variance being used for a sign, it would still have to meet the criteria of a variance.
How could you
So we
ever do
didn't-
that? Yeah.
Yeah, he
Like-
said it would be hard to do, to get a use variance for a sign, because
I do need to let you know that Shops Way
yeah,
has lots of sign variances in terms of overall allowed size and the number of signs. All those giant stores up there, they're only allowed 100 square feet for a sign over the door.
But that's all dimensional though. What is it all
Dimensional variance.
dimensional?
Are you talking about a dimensional variance or a use variance?
No,
Use
we're not removing dimensional variances, that stays. So you could apply for a sign dimensional variance. The use variance would be the tricky thing, because how could you even meet the criteria?
So what would be an example of a use variance for a sign?
That's what doesn't make, yeah, that's what I'm not even sure. Like, there is no
Well-
relief grant here.
So what I'm saying is take it out, or you say, so what you're saying right here is internally lit signs are not allowed or prohibited in downtown. And if for some reason that business owner can prove that they want to have it, they can go to the ZBA and the ZBA said, we will allow it. I mean, for some reason right here, you're saying it's not allowed. And you're also saying electric message centers are not allowed.
right,
So
but
there's
the
then no
criteria to
way
get it.
for anybody to go to get some relief if they believe that it's a great location. Like, what if there's a location in the industrial district right on 290? What if that's a perfect center for it?
But a sign isn't a use, so it sounds like what town council is saying is you can't apply for relief anyway. If it's prohibited, there is no relief because it's not a use.
Okay, so then don't put it in there, and then I guess people are just gonna have to decide whether even to keep it within.
Yeah, it would make no sense for use variance for a sign, but he said if it could possibly hit the criteria that you need an internally illuminated sign versus externally illuminated because your property has an odd shape.
That would be weird.
Yeah,
Right. So a use variance wouldn't really apply to a sign.
no, but he did say to leave it. He said, if you want to, just to be safe, to leave it. But it would be hard to meet. But he actually recommended putting it up here versus putting it one by one. He said, I would just leave
Right.
it up. So that was actually a question I have for tonight, is if we're gonna put it down here in number 7, then I was proposing to actually take it out of here because it's already above.
Yep, take it out.
Oh, and Carrie and I have 2 different documents,
All
so
right, yep.
you're gonna have to,
All right, so taking out no use variance allowed. And then going with your changes.
Right. I'm gonna have to, we're gonna have to print and compare the two, because Michelle's wasn't using the latest, I guess.
Okay, we'll figure it out. Okay, so Michelle, if we're taking that out, does that satisfy what your concerns were here?
So it does satisfy my concerns, but I do think internally illuminated signs should be allowed. I've always said that from the very beginning. The board can go one way or another on that. And if
Okay.
you majority agree, say, no, we don't, then you can keep it in or you can remove it.
Okay, so Michelle feels they should be allowed. Board members, just to make sure there's a majority sentiment on this. Amy, you've put in the language specifically prohibit, so I assume that's your opinion?
Yeah, well, actually, Anthony started. I added all the other stuff. But he
Okay.
started with internally illuminated signs, but I agree with it.
All right, Anthony,
Yeah, prohibited.
Michelle, I'm sorry, Millie.
I agree with that.
Okay, and Carrie agrees with that. Okay, so Michelle does not agree with this part of it.
And on the electronic message centers, I would I mean, if you're following suit what other communities are doing and using their highways, I don't know why you included industrial districts, but you included electronic message centers in every district except for highway, which is really only Route 9.
Yep, that's what the other towns have Route 9. But this was already, a lot of those are already prohibited.
Okay, we can move forward. It's getting late.
Okay, so what do people think? We used to have this one about the strip lighting. And then now it says LED rope string lighting or strip lighting must be white light and static. We talked about measuring it, but we never really got a way to measure it. So it just says white light, static, colored or flashing lights are prohibited. Do people want colored flashing lights or should it be white light and static?
This is just with respect to a sign? Or is this is not decor, correct?
Right, but I think we'd have to, I don't know if we'd have to run this by town council if this one already went by town council.
Well, if somebody wanted to put up, Christmas lights or something festive holiday style, this should be okay. Not related to a sign.
Right.
This is just put in for discussion. I don't know how everybody feels. Because we had, anxiety. We had like concerns about the original 14.
I don't have a problem with colored lights versus white lights. I actually think the whole thing should be removed. I don't think there's an issue. I know why you're putting it in, but it's one business. And I just think it's going to open a can of worms to where someone else could go after another business. And I don't think in there, when you talk about the LED rope lighting, sometimes people put it over on their patios. Sometimes people put it around their frame of their building. You're really getting into, and you don't have time because you're running out of time. This is a thing where I think you should just take out and just come back to it in another year when you've studied it more. But you've gone through so many different revisions. You're going after one business. That's why you're putting it in. And then you've got other businesses that use it, and it's not fair to do one business and not the other businesses.
I don't think it was meant for one business. But I'm okay with taking it out. I mean, Southborough has a whole light bylaw that's really actually interesting that we could look at.
And I don't have a problem with taking this one out at this time and revisiting it, because I do think you're getting into some aspects of a business that really might be more decorative than for signage and festive.
Right, so that gets to your point, Millie. If it's about like putting colored lights around your sign, is that what you're thinking? Like, that's one thing. But if you're just putting out holiday decorations, that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yep, and that's where we were stuck last time.
Yeah.
Okay. So Millie thinks remove, Michelle doesn't like it. Michelle thinks remove. Amy, Anthony, thoughts on this one?
Oh, well, in the spirit of moving forward, and I do think, as Amy has mentioned about the Westboro lighting, maybe that's the direction we need to take next year in terms of addressing lighting. I mean, yeah, and I understand where there's might be some confusion around it, but I think, it's pretty clear what I think the intent of what this was, but it's maybe just from the enforcement side, it'll be too difficult. So to take it out, I'm okay.
Are you saying at a future point, look at expanding on this, like just making it more defined and clear?
Yeah, so it's just ironclad and, well-defined. And I looked at the Westboro one and it is done very well. And they use pictures and images, so there's no confusion about what they're alluding to. So, and I think that's probably the direction we should go.
Okay. Other thoughts on that? Amy, do you agree with that as well?
Yeah, I'm fine. It was self-pro, I think,
Okay,
but that's not a big
Right,
deal. Just in
self-pro.
case anyone goes to look it up.
Yep.
Mhm.
You're right.
I'm going to delete it on here.
Okay.
And then, then I'll change this to 14.
Okay. Oh, no, what did I do? Hold on.
It is late. My gosh.
Okay, so that's why I couldn't see it. It's different on your side, but I'll just put a note. I'm gonna remove that one. Okay. Are we okay with this section? So we took out some of the language that.
Oh, that's Bob.
Oh, sorry, Bob. I'm not looking at the, go ahead.
I'm gonna comment on number 14. 709020D.
Mm-hmm.
You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 districts identified.
Mm-hmm.
In section D in the book, 1, 2, 3, 4, you've got 5 districts in the book.
But for the sign part, if you go to number 2, it only lists 4.
Well, that's something that needs to be fixed because additional standards for business uses, which is at the top,
Yeah.
with 5. And this one leaves out, by leaving it out to make an exception. It does talk about, it talks about additional standards of business uses, new construction or substantial alteration of existing non-residential buildings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's when this little section of the sign bylaw comes into place.
Mm-hmm.
And it talks about if you're gonna have a building occupied by 2 or more businesses, the proponent shall submit a master signage plan as part of the application for site plan approval or special permit with site plan approval.
Mm-hmm.
And the plan shall be reviewed by the design review committee. But that's only for new construction or substantial alteration of existing non-residential buildings.
Yep.
Okay, so it doesn't apply to every sign that's applied for.
Right.
Okay, it's a special condition that requires the design review committee to weigh in on signs.
Right.
Okay, so you just want to make that aware that, it's not for every sign that comes through that has to go through design review. It's just for these specific uses in this specific zoning district.
Yeah. I was just trying to point to that section. So yeah, and you would have to follow what it says in that section.
So is there something that would fix this, or is it?
No, I think it's just I think it's just there. And, you know, I think, you know, I don't know whose responsibility it is, but, you know, it's something that's kind of referenced out of the signed bylaw section into this section. And it's for limited circumstances. So, you know, while it's always been there, and I actually do have it highlighted in my book, you know, I think that various boards and committees have kind of missed an opportunity because there's a bunch of buildings and signs that went in on, you know, Main Street and West Main Street that this probably should have risen to the surface at some point.
That's why I wanted to add it here. Because this is what we were talking about last time where there's like signs that go in front of design review. And then that's where it is in this section. It's if you have two or more people in the building, two or more businesses.
Yeah.
But it was missed because it wasn't, it's called out in like a random section that
Right.
a lot of, that we don't go to.
Mhm.
So that's why I was trying to add it in here. So it would trigger for the next application that it would be noticed. And I didn't know the easiest way, but at least for here, it would trigger to look at that section.
Well, it's up to the applicant and the special permit granting authorities to pay attention to it.
So would this actually help us then to be able to flag it without? Is anything wrong about this statement?
No, no.
Okay.
Yeah, I put it in there because it has been missed, so it would flag.
D2, yeah, D2, she's got it right, yeah.
Okay, so it's, does anyone have issue with this one?
No.
All right, it's our trigger, our cheat sheet trigger.
Yeah, belts and suspenders, is that what town council said?
Okay, so Amy, do you have anything else in yours that's different?
Well, this had to do with the windows, but I won't do it this year because I was gonna talk about it, but it's so late. So no, I think that was it.
So Carrie, before you go all the way down, and you just passed where Amy wrote was gonna change, you gotta go back up a little bit. Okay, so Amy added a section in here, number 3, any sign together with its structure. Has that been removed?
Where are you?
Well, I'm looking on my sheet of paper. You must have removed something. There's
What
so much
letter, Amy?
variations to these. Do you have anything more, Amy, on your changes to the sign bylaw that we can pull mine up?
I don't think so. I can go through it side by side. I'll stop sharing. I'll let you know.
Okay.
All right, so I'll share them.
Okay, has number 3 been removed?
Have to look at where.
Um,
Yeah,
so-
that was removed.
Okay,
Okay, so this is
Okay.
gone, and
This is
Michelle, so
gone.
that obviously satisfies this.
yep.
Okay.
There've been so much variations to this bylaw, I'm not even quite sure what,
Well, we did a lot of it last time when you
Last
didn't
meeting.
show up,
Okay.
so that's where it's probably coming from. Okay,
Right.
the next one. Oops, oh goodness. Okay. And then, all right, this one.
You know what I did for this, in a residential district? No internally illuminated signs shall be permitted except for an agricultural sign. Externally illuminated signs are permitted. Now it makes sense because we changed it when associated with an allowed non-resident. I added that back in, like, I would take out this strikeout. But I would leave the last one struck out because it doesn't hit the right section. It doesn't make sense pointing to D5. But I added back in when associated with an allowed non-residential use or lawfully pre-existing non-conforming business use. Because
Okay.
that's in the residential, but it makes sense now.
Okay, so this line, so this you've added already. What's
Yeah,
Okay,
This,
this is
it's re-
removed because it's pointing to the wrong section.
Yes,
Okay,
but the other part I had already added back in, the when associated with a non-residential use.
okay, so this is still here.
Yeah, it makes
Plus-
sense now that we changed things.
Okay, plus this is now added. And then this is removed.
That's removed because I don't think it points to the right section. I think that was from the old bylaw or something, because D5, at least to me, I don't know if it does to you, Bob, it didn't make sense.
D5, the signs that contain electronic streaming messages are prohibited.
Wait,
So that's, you think that was supposed to be there? I mean, I don't think you could even do electronic signs in residential because you only get like 2 square feet.
Mhm.
But I guess you could leave it there if you think it makes sense. That was my question.
I don't even think that makes sense. How it can't comply with that. It's just, well, I guess it's saying it's not, it's prohibited.
I can't even think of where it would apply.
No.
Yeah. All right.
That's why I took it out. It didn't seem to make sense.
can I
Okay.
ask why it is qualified as a lawfully pre-existing non-conforming business use? That seems, I don't know, obvious that it should be a lawful one. If it's not lawful, we have another problem.
It's used a lot though in language. Lawfully pre-existing non-conforming.
I thought this was one of Bob's earlier comments that we needed we needed to double check something with council for that. So we went to council about that part. And I feel like is this something we needed to include? I'm not sure.
No, he didn't say we needed to, but it makes sense now because we added externally illuminated signs are permitted when associated. It makes sense now that it says, now, at least to me. We were trying to do the no internally illuminated signs. This is how we started too. And then we had to define internal and external. And then it just made sense to add that back in. I don't even know if we asked town council about it.
Okay. So we've added this line. We've taken where we've removed this line.
Mhm.
And this part remains. Does that help with this one here?
Yeah, so you're gonna take out the strikeout, right?
This part goes.
Well, it's staying. When associated with an allowed
Oh, sorry,
non-residential.
sorry.
use.
This part goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
This part
Yeah.
goes. Okay. There we go. All right.
Getting late.
Michelle, does this sound better to you then? It's reworded similar to what you suggested here, except for what doesn't make sense any longer.
Right, yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay, now on the next 1, 2, 3, all through all the various districts, what Amy wants to do is take out a lot of the additional square footage that was allowed. And I'm just not really in favor of that right now. So
Okay.
I don't think this has really been thought through. Especially when you have buildings that, complexes that have a lot more tenants. When you're looking at Northborough Shopping Plaza, when you're looking at 290 West Main Street, when you're looking at the remains, but it just, I don't think the cause and effect of what you've done here has been thought through.
Okay, so basically the next couple of things are all related to that. Or taking out the square feet. So Amy, what's your thought process behind removal?
Well, I removed it because we talked about the changeable copy sign, and then I asked a couple questions of the attorney Dineski. So I left the changeable copy signs in, but then it had to do with businesses are allowed a sign of like 50 square feet. and every business can have 50 square feet. But then we're adding an additional 25 square feet for changeable copy and message, and which is making really big signs. And I know other towns, you have 50 square feet and you can use it for whatever you want. You can have, say, Amy's sub shop, or you can have it changeable. Like, I felt it was just giving, but I don't care like that much if we want to talk about it over the next year. Like, it's already 10:51. So if you want to have that discussion, I can have the discussion with the master plan implementation committee when we go to the downtown. So I'm not sold that it has to be done this year.
Okay. Other board thoughts on this one?
I just added it in for debate, but it's too late to debate.
Yeah, I think I'd rather not talk about it right now, only because again, it would be a lot to look at in it of itself.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay. What about this?
Okay. We'll have
though?
to-
Sorry, this is something different, so I'll wait for that. Okay. So there's additional lines that are coming out.
So that are coming out, because I think you need to look at the larger, the malls, the mini strip malls, all that stuff, the cause and effect. I just, so anyways, okay, so that's
Okay.
coming out. So now we're down to the one that's on the location, and I would err on the side of Bob on this. Since we added that language back in about the parapet. Do you think this should be removed or?
No, it should go back in since we changed
Okay.
the parapet.
Okay.
Okay.
Not the answer for Bob, but it wouldn't make sense to have it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so we're leaving this.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, and then. Oh, is this the same issue as before?
Yeah, so we can leave that in.
Okay.
And then the last one was this creation of a chart. I don't think you can create this chart until you've like sat down with going back to all this dimensional stuff that you wanted to remove and stuff. I think this chart is for another year when you go out and you talk to your business community.
Well, the chart was just using what we had. I was just saying how other towns do a chart to make it easier, but it definitely isn't for this year. It was for discussion. I had already deleted it. Like,
Okay.
it was just in the beginning to show how like Southborough and other towns do a chart. So if somebody, instead of reading 3 to 4 pages of sign by law, they can go to their chart and say, okay, in downtown, I can have 32 square feet
Mm-hmm.
of a freestanding sign. That was they were examples.
Mm.
But they're definitely not in the sign by law for this year. This goes back to like months ago when we started this.
It's a good idea though for the future. It makes it easier even for us to kind of, or Bob, I
Yeah.
imagine too, even though it seems like you have it pretty well memorized.
There's so much writing in there. A chart makes it so much easier. You just glance. It's kind of like the use table.
Yep.
And I definitely don't think we can put it in this year, but I do think we should in the future because it makes it much easier.
Okay, so not for this year, something in the future. So that settles that. Does that conclude our sign review? Do we mostly feel good about where we are in the sign bylaw outside of, I think the only thing we didn't agree on was the illumination piece. But other than that, does the board feel pretty good about this? If we were to,
Yep. I think you and I are going to have to compare to make sure it's after
Yeah.
the deletions, and we can send it out to the rest of the board, the final.
okay. Michelle, do you feel better about this going through your concerns there?
I do, and thank you to the board for considering the changes. I think we just need to see a clean copy right now. Because a lot of different changes have gone on in renderings and.
Yes, agreed. Okay, so it is very late. I don't think I would suggest we table the minutes if that's okay with everyone.
Yep.
Okay, the one thing I did want to, Fred, anything from you with A&Rs, bonds, lot releases?
There is one A&R, if you want to take a minute to look at it. I couldn't remember how we did it before. Bob and I reviewed it. It seems fine if you want to see it, or if you want to just take our word that it's fine. I don't know how you want to do that. I don't know what Kathy did before. Did
Oh,
she
yeah.
share her screen, or how did she?
Yeah, she usually shares it and we vote on it. And then, and one of us can come in and, usually I'll come in and sign for it.
All right, I can try to share my screen if you give me a minute, or we can just table it and do it again next time if you need to.
Okay, will we meet the deadline if we table it?
It came in today, so
Oh, okay.
actually, I don't know when the town clerk got it. He gave it to me today, but he was on vacation last week, so not sure when it came in. It really only take 2 minutes. It's the 87 Hudson Street. They needed to add some land in order to qualify for the duplex that they're proposing to bring to you at one of your next meetings.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Let's see if I got it.
Okay, well, you're looking at that. The other thing, Diane emailed me about the, let's see, the financial planning committee in terms of Tom Spataro is our current appointee, and he does want to be considered for reappointment, and no other applications came in for the committee. However, I wanted to see if the board wanted to have him come in and just have a checkpoint, talk, and then do the reappointment either at our next meeting. His term expires April 30th, so we'd have to reappoint by that time. So does the board want to invite Tom in at one of the next few meetings, or thoughts on that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay, so I'll let Diane know that we have a couple of options for him to come.
For your information, the A&R, it was stamped by the surveyor on February 23rd, which is last week, late last week. Friday.
What about the town clerk? Because that's when the clock starts.
The what?
The clock starts with the town clerk.
True, I don't have that paper. Let's see if I have it. So
And then we have 21 days.
existing conditions, landscape plan.
That's okay, Fred will find it. I have faith.
I have it. I just got to share my screen and show it to you. What's all this stuff on here? This is picture, select a window. Huh.
Yeah, I don't have the cover sheet. And
Oh,
Well, 23rd,
It-
that would
yeah,
be 5 days to the 28th plus. That won't get us till our 21 still, like the town clerk would have had to stamp it after that.
do you see it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
Is it possible to just make it, or can I zoom in on my own side?
I don't think we can. View options, no.
So if you go to the, there you go. Are you giving us a narrative, Fred? If you are, you're on mute.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Lost my buttons there when I shared my screen. The dashed line is where the lot was, and it didn't have the 30,000 square feet. The developer who wants to propose the building owns all that property in the back, that other 13 acres. So he just carved out a little rectangular shaped piece, added it to the lot to put it over the 30,000. Other than that, it's all in the same district. It's has the frontage and area that it needs.
Okay, any board questions?
Yeah, the dash line was the original, like how did he put a box around the whole.
No, follow the cursor here. He went across like this,
Oh, okay.
and then he just added this part here
Oh, all right. Now I
to
see.
and just squared it off. But he owns this and all of this over here.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, any board questions?
Nope.
87 Hudson Street, you said, Fred?
Yes.
Okay, then if no further questions, is there a motion to endorse, or do we say approve the A&R for 87 Hudson Street?
So moved.
Second?
Second,
Okay, all in favor, Millie,
aye.
Amy,
Aye.
Anthony,
Aye.
Michelle,
Aye.
and carries an aye. So Fred, this is approved, and then I can stop in this week if you have it all set for signatures, and then we'll be ready with that.
I will have it on the counter for you when you come by.
Okay, great. I think that's it, unless anything ZBA wise this month.
I think the only thing on their agenda is a sign variance at Sammy's. Bob had mentioned before. I
Right.
think that's the only thing on the agenda for them.
That's the only thing I've seen so far. I think in the following couple of months, there'll be a few others coming in, but they haven't officially applied yet. Right now, everything's in discussion stage.
Okay, great. And then I think Lori will be with us for our next meeting, correct?
That's the plan.
Well, we should have saved this one for her.
That would scared her away.
Okay, if no further business, is there a motion to adjourn?
So
I
moved.
make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, second.
Second.
All in favor, Millie,
Aye.
Amy,
Aye.
Anthony,
Aye.
Michelle,
Aye.
carries an aye. Have a great night, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good
Night.
night.